Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our amazing, rambunctious, powerful trader, Tom Sabo. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Terry. It's again another beautiful day. Good to be back with you here again. I just can't get enough of your morning greetings. Like, it's so energetic. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, chat. Special hello to Abhishek and Magnus, Trevor, Nate, Aaron, everyone here at MyFundedTV. Positive vibes, lots of things to talk about. How's your morning, Terry?
Fantastic. I woke up early this morning. I feel energetic. I feel well. We had CPI this morning.
Oh, yeah, we had that CPI number, and I just think I made the best decision of not trading it, but we're going to talk about that too.
Same. All right, let's get started. I can share the schedule.
Let's go.
Today is Tuesday. You are watching Terry and Tom on the Morning Push. At 10 to 10:30, we have Pine Tree Trader. 10:30 to 11:30, we have Leo Invest. 11:30 to 12:30, we have Husk and Methodical Man. 12:30 to 1:30, we have Matt Cowart. And 1:30 to 2:30, we have Ash Trades. And that is the schedule for today.
Thank you so much, Terry. So let's go over some information. So this is my screen. As you can see, I'm in a very small gold position here. We're going to talk about that in a second. But let's just go over of what's happening here, or what happened earlier on NQ. So during the London session, actually, I took a short position. Not a big deal. We actually swept. Swept previous day low, which was also an Asia low. So I took a short position somewhere from around, I don't know, 270 something all the way down to 226. That was a really beautiful trade. I love that. And we also talked about, for those of you who were joining my London stream, we talked about these levels in London. Down there, a 5-minute fair value gap and the 5-minute demand zone as well. I did not take this trade, but I was, as you can see, I was kind of measuring the probabilities and the position if this could have been maybe a good trade. I did not take it, but eventually I'm glad that the level has been taken out, because maybe this could be a possible reversal. I'm just glad that it was really actually tagged. We're going to talk about the number 2, and we still have the news candle. So anyway, we have a 3-minute supply zone up there at 263. It's a very clean level. Now, how far is that? That's actually about 53 points higher. Now, I can imagine that we can go a little bit higher. We can push it. So are we going to reverse back down? Who knows? CPI numbers, overall, not the best of news, I think. So everything got a little bit more expensive. Bigger numbers, somewhat bigger number, a little bit bigger numbers than expected. Is that good for the market? We're going to discuss it, but seems like we're maybe gonna push up there. So anyway, I'm gonna look at the 260s. Who knows what's gonna happen? And as we speak, my gold position is just melting away, by the way. I'm gonna explain that too in a second here. Yeah, I might gonna hit the stop loss, but as you can see, it's only 2 micros. So anyway, looking for the 263 and maybe even going back up to the midnight area. There's a flat candle at 317, and flat candles basically means that this one does not have, so the opening of the candle and the highest point is at the same price point. So there's no wick here, which is always good for scalping, and it's always kind of a potential draw on liquidity level. But anyway, not too much on NQ. Again, I'm waiting for a push, and if it reverses, then obviously we have some levels down there. We have some fair value gaps below 29,070, and who knows, maybe we're going to retest 29k. I don't know. Overall, in the big picture, I think we're still heading for 30k. But anyway, we talk about that later. And for gold, so this is the trade I was kind of anticipating. It doesn't look good right now. Let me put it on the screen again. So it doesn't really look good. I was kind of hoping that we were having some liquidity sweeps, taking sell side, technically shifting the structure higher, but not the strongest shift. I was like, okay, let's go higher. We have some good levels up there. We have some swing highs, bearish pin bars, fair value gaps and everything. So I was like, okay, let's go. It actually swept this level twice. We had some fair value gaps to engage from, and it's just not happening. So not a big deal, but you know, it happens. Otherwise, in terms of targets, like there's no specific supply zone up there that I would go for. Down here, this one on the 15 minutes, so I just switched to the 15. This is not a demand zone. So because there's no liquidity on this bearish candle at 8 a.m. in the morning. But again, it does seem like that gold might want to spike lower. Doesn't matter. And in terms of fair value gaps, nothing on the 15 minute. This has been repriced. There was one here at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So just at the London pre-market open, pre-session, that has been repriced. And the closest one on the 15 minute is up there at 47.48. So on the 5 minute, if we switch back down to the 5 minute, everything is kind of overlapping and there's no specific level here. Not even a good supply level. So I would still say that even if I get taken out on gold, I would like to see this one push back up there. So buy side liquidity 47.39.4, but this gap here is basically a 5/15 minute fair value gap. 47.48 would be a good target even for today. I can imagine that happening. So if I get taken out and we see another bullish shift higher, I might give a second chance to this trade. But of course, I'm going to focus on NQ. And as for ES, just a quick look, ES actually swept quite a few swing lows here. So look at that. We swept 74.02 and actually even lower. Just a second. Swept that one. And it kind of shifting bullish as well, because I would consider this as a bullish shift, but who knows? Are we going to go higher? I think the focus is overall still on NQ. So that's what we're going to watch together as well. But yeah, there's no fair value gap also. I checked it earlier, nothing on the ES. The first available point that I would look for is 74.34.50 or 50 or 75-ish. So anyway, up there's a fair value gap. That's what I would be focusing on. Otherwise, you guys know it, I don't really trade ES, not because it's bad, but my focus is on NQ. So yeah, let's hope for if we have that push, maybe I'll try to scalp a little bit, but we'll see. So that's all I have, and we'll be reactive as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
We can quickly go over the big news this morning. We had CPI at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. The core CPI came in month over month a little hotter than expected. It came in at 0.4%. The forecast was 0.3%. CPI month over month came in as expected at 0.6%. And CPI year over year came in a tiny bit hotter at 3.8%. The forecast was 3.7%. We also had ADP weekly employment change at 8:15 a.m. That came in at 33K. But the red folder news is CPI.
Yeah, that's the CPI there. And as I said, I'm still kind of confused. Overall, I would say these are not such a good, not the greatest news for the consumer, of course, but is it good for the companies? Is it good for the stocks? Who knows? If everything gets more expensive, prices going higher, less spending, that could be actually maybe even bad for the market. Again, we're just, hovered into the situation where even a fundamental economic number can be understood in 5 different ways. So I'm saying it's not such a good number. Others say the opposite. There's so many ways to understand these numbers. And I still don't know if there were any headlines about the Strait of Hormuz. or if anything is happening there. I don't think so. I didn't see anything regarding to that, but
I think the headline came out overnight, Tom, and it was bearish news regarding the war in Iran. Yeah, Trump said something. It was very bearish, and that is why we had that big drop, I believe.
I do see that Pete Hegseth is testifying right now, so that could be shaking a little bit the market if he starts to talk about possible military operations there, or what's happening. It could be shaking the market a little bit, so maybe everybody's kind of watching that. So anyway, will be interesting.
It will be interesting. We are trading above that CPI data candle, so I've got my eyes on that.
Oh yeah, the data candle. Yeah, let's look at the data candle, because yeah, look at that. I'm gonna this is the 1 minute chart here. Let me get this off. So this is the data candle right here, 8:30. Almost swept the low down there at 113. So we swept the high. We could be assuming last time I was wrong absolutely on this one, because whenever there's CPI, NFP or FOMC, usually the news candle gets swept on both ways. But last time on NFP, we just went higher and higher, so it did not sweep the low. Now I'm wondering, if we shift the structure below 200, are we going to go for the news candle low? That would be interesting. So for example, let me put a line here. So yeah, just below 200, like 198. If we could have some down close candles below the 200, I would be interested to jump into a short and sweep the liquidity below that news candle. Who knows?
Ooh, very interesting. I did see we came really close overnight on breaking the recent high, yesterday's high, but we didn't quite break it. So maybe today we'll finally get a bear day. I don't know.
You never know. I mean, technically we're still close to 30K, and these round numbers, psychological numbers are, but of course we can see a big pullback before reaching that 30K. So anything is possible. Yeah.
Anything's possible.
See. Yeah.
I can go over our current promos.
Oh yeah, let's see that.
Hey, we have the builder plan on sale again. This promo is back. Everyone gets 3 uses of this using code YouTube. You get 40% off the builder plan. This is a fantastic plan. What makes it very special is 1-day pass. You can get payouts every 48 hours, and it's starting as low as $75. And with that 40% off, I do believe it's like $61 off of the 50K account. So make sure you snatch one up. Of course, always use code YouTube. Every time you use code YouTube, it does help to support our channel. It makes Tom and me so happy.
That's for sure. Yeah.
So happy. And our pro accounts, they're all still 30% off. If you're a brand new trader with MyFundedFutures, it is 50% off your very first pro account. And then our rapid accounts are our daily payout accounts. Those are 20% off.
Oh yeah, we love that we're having all these promos for you guys, and make sure to use code YouTube. And yeah, I really I get this question quite a lot, like which one is the best? And there is like no simple answer. It all depends on your personality, it all depends on your risk management, trading strategy. Some traders love the daily payouts, some traders love the fact that you can just go heavy and stack up those profits on your account, then go with the pro, if you will. But so you gotta make the decision yourself. The builder plan is something which is, as I used to say, the best of both worlds. So you can just build that buffer, take payouts every other day. I think the rules are simple and fair, and the price is also very, very fair. So
exactly.
Depends on you.
Yeah, and the builder plan, the 1-day pass, it's end of day drawdown, you guys, in eval and in sim funded. And for this price, it's absolutely fantastic. It's almost a daily payout account, right? If you can potentially get payouts every 48 hours. So it is a great deal. I did recommend this to a friend of mine who asked me, which account should I buy? I was like, ooh, that's a tough one. I was like, the builder.
Yeah, go with the builder. Actually,
Yes.
really, that's a good one. If you don't know where to go with the builder. You can't miss that one. That's a good one.
And use code YouTube. Tom, I see Myth and Husk are in the house.
Oh, the twins are here. Hello there. Where are you?
Hi, Husk. Hi, Myth.
Hello there.
I was thinking yesterday, Myth came in here and he teased you, Tom. He teased you. And I was thinking about it. I don't know if you ever do this, but when something like that happens, sometimes you'll think later and you'll replay it. And I'm like, ooh, I should have said this, or I should have done this.
You know, I'm already started to tease Methodical Man, because I started to create YouTube short videos where I'm kind of teasing him. So anyway, just a small tidbit information. But yeah, we can't leave him alone with that. But yeah, we gotta show them, to the twins, that we are not just better hosts but better traders, right? That's it.
Exactly. And I just want you to know, Methodical Man, that if you mess with Tom again, I will go over there and body slam you. So don't mess with Tom, okay?
Take your chances, Myth. That's how it goes. So
I've got a mean body slam.
Oh my gosh, I'm actually really scared right now. All right.
Okay, I have something exciting to share.
All right, let's see.
So we'll see if this triggers this morning, you guys. I hooked up the algo. This is 1 minute. I know, this is going to be wild. Let's see what happens. It's a 1 minute breakout strategy of the open. And you can see here, this is the back test on it. So this is using just one micro, one MNQ, a full year back test. And we have a profit factor of 1.6. We have a win rate of 44%. Now, let me tell you, on stream, if you've ever streamed live before, you know, a lot of people don't understand if you lose like 6 out of 10 trades. They're like, oh my God, like this strategy doesn't work. But look at this. Look at this back test, right? Okay, so this blue line is if you were to actually buy and hold, you know, but we can't buy and hold with prop firms. We are day traders. So this is, I think, really good.
That is excellent. That looks amazing, to be honest.
You like it?
I love it. I definitely love it.
So like my dream is just to trade the open. One day, just to only trade the open, like, and be done within 15, 30 minutes. That I think was my dream from the beginning. It was my dream.
Well, you know, it actually came through because we are here, we're trading the open.
Yeah, we are. I manifested that. How did that happen?
Well, it just happens.
So this is the 1 minute chart, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully it triggers. Hopefully I did it right. I put it all together this morning before stream. You can see here, it did not work yesterday. So this is the 1 minute chart. This is yesterday. So this is the first minute candle, and it's after it closes outside of that range, and then that's after that candle closes that candle, and then that triggers this in long. So it didn't work yesterday, but this is mechanical.
Yeah,
we'll see. I am trading the Rapid account. This isn't a sim funded account. We are up $700 already on it, and today's day one, so we've got a little room.
That is amazing. That is really good. And you know, with an algo like this, there is absolutely zero emotions. You can just sit back and relax, you know.
Yes, exactly. That was my thought, Tom. How did you know?
Well,
I was like, you know, because the open can be so volatile. And when you're hosting, you're, you know, hanging out with Tom, it's like I was thinking I need something that I can just let it run and let it do the trading for me. So we'll see what happens today and moving forward.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, that I do like that. And again, you know, taking out the emotions. I remember back in the days, that was, oh my gosh, that was a long time ago, back in 2007, 2008. There were no prop firms or such things like that. We were trading on MetaTrader 4 with Forex markets, and you know, everybody was hyped up about, back in those days we called it expert advisors, those algos for MetaTrader. And obviously I was for quite a while, actually it took me a year or two, and I was like 20 something years old back then, and I was like, oh, let's build an algo and let's go for it. But But those algos are obviously were not that advanced as these ones right now, and it was not easy to put those together. But I do remember testing some of these expert advisors, and ever since you brought this up, I'm just kind of looking into it more myself as well, because it seems like you have all these third-party applications, websites, everything. So if you have a good idea, or if you have a good entry model, it's just so amazing that you can just put it there and see how it works. And there's your answer right there. It's just amazing. So I really wish you good luck with it, and I definitely want to know how it goes. It's really good.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. I figured let's just see how it goes having an algo trade for me instead of using my discretion. I'm thinking the algo will outperform me just because of the downside, because sometimes that discretionary trading for me, it can lead to over trading sometimes, and then over trading leads to tilt for me.
Oh yeah. Well, for many of us, including myself, overtrading is the number one way to go tilt for sure. So yeah.
Oh,
there's
music.
There's it.
Everyone, make sure you get your name on that form. It's dropping in chat for a chance to win a free account from MyFundedFutures.
Yeah, drop everything in the kitchen. Just go to your laptop and type in the data. That's it.
Yes. Good luck.
Good luck, everybody. And of course, you don't have to wait for long for the winners. I think it's going to be announced shortly after the form is being closed. So yeah, I got taken out, by the way, from my gold position. Not a big deal, as you can see it. Gold again played the dirty card on me, but it's completely all right. It's absolutely fine. I'm still in profit on that account. But yeah, we just made a new low on gold. Let me switch to the 5-minute here. So made a new low, took some liquidity from a fair value gap on the 5-minute. And actually I want to check something here. Okay, we actually didn't go down there completely. There is, by the way, a zone, which is a I have to admit I didn't see that. There is a demand zone down at 46.83 on the 5-minute. Like, I'm not saying I was a fan that gold should go down, but I did miss this level. So there's a 5-minute demand zone at 46.83. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying now we're gonna head lower. I would still love to see gold to take out all this trend line liquidity, all these wicks, and then go back up there. And this is why it's sometimes good if you have a plan. My plan is currently, even if we go and tag that 46.83, I will be waiting for a potential shift, a bullish shift, and I want to see 47.39-ish as soon as possible. But, to be honest with you guys, I was actually a little bit missing the gold trades, I really wanted to take more trades on gold, especially because I trade in the London session too. And, NQ could be a little bit tricky at the open, but, it is what it is. The next trade is around the corner always. But yeah, we actually, let me go to the 1-minute on NQ. We actually closed lower below 200 that we just talked about earlier. So we have some down close candles on the 1-minute. The only problem with this one is we have the market open in 5 minutes. So the first signs are good. This is actually a real good thing. We shifted the market, so this is officially a bearish market structure shift only on the 1-minute, but it's a shift and it's a good shift. Down close candles, that's a good thing. We actually picked up liquidity. Let me zoom in on the 1-minute so I can show you what I'm thinking. So we actually picked up liquidity from a very tiny fair value gap right there. It's a tiny one, but it will give us a bigger picture soon. There was one, and there was another fair value gap right there. So both of these fair value gaps have been repriced, and hopefully, yeah, there's only one left up there. Sorry, there's only one left which has not been tagged, or at least almost got tagged. But anyway, these are good signs. These are kind of tells me that it's ready to drop. And because we have the market open soon, I think I'm just going to wait for a strong elevator move down there. Even if I miss a couple of points there, no problem. The distance right now for the news candle low is currently 82 points. So even if I can catch like 30, 40 points from somewhere around 150, 160, I would go with that. So yeah, so far I like what I see. If I'm planning to take the low end of this news candle at 113. So yeah, that's my plan for now. Let's see how it goes.
I like it.
Yeah, let's see it.
Congratulations. I see a bunch of people who won.
Oh yeah, congrats for the winners. Make sure you're here and react. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, are we full porting, Tom?
Yes, we are. I just wanted to send that message in private, like, Terry, I'm full porting. Don't tell anyone. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. No.
No, so speaking of not trading the CPI, you mentioned this morning,
Yeah.
you're like, nope, I'm not going to trade CPI. You feel good about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel good about it because I know myself, and that's why I was actually measuring the distance here. I think I would have jumped into a short trade after the news release to sweep the low, and look at what would have happened. I would have been squeezed out here to the long. So I'm actually happy I didn't do anything. Usually I like to see the market settling after the news release. And you know, that's why I said you guys can do your own back testing as well. If you can access data for the last 2 years, maybe even 3 years, you will see both CPI, NFP, FOMC releases. The news candle, I think 70% of the time gets swept on both ends. So again, if we see a bearish continuation here, I love to see that. So that's something I would really look for. But
Okay.
yeah. Well, if not, of course, then as we talked about it, 263, and maybe jumping into like I don't know, maybe a 15 or 20 points of scalp up there to that 263. That would be great too, by the way. Yeah.
I see the midnight retracement price is above us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's above
All
us.
the way at 29,322. 29,322.
Yeah. It's right now, and this is only because we're before the market opened. This is not a good time, especially after CPI news and before the market opened, to just jump in ahead of, you know, anything. Sometimes, yes, I did that. Sometimes I do that. But when we have this kind of news event, we just don't know how the market is going to react. We have 1 minute until the opening bell. So will be exciting. Try not to chase it. There could be some slippage here and there if the market is going to wiggle around a bit. But, you know, it could be ripping our faces off as well. So be careful.
This is true. Oh my gosh. Lately, the open has been very volatile, like that first few minutes.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed in the past 1 or 2 weeks with the open, because I think it's just got trickier. But we'll see. I don't know. I will have to decide what to do here. Really, do I want to scalp or not?
Okay.
What are you gonna do, Terry?
Hopefully the algo triggers.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I hope so.
Oh, yeah, it's easy for you. Just the algo does the job.
It's
That's
so easy. It's so easy. I feel like I'm cheating.
Oh, yeah, that's cheating, actually. Oh my gosh.
It's not real trading, Tom.
So here we go, everybody. Ring ding ding. Market is open for business. And wow, what is going on here?
Okay.
Oh. Okay, went lower. It could be a fake move. So yeah.
So
As long as it's not bouncing, I'm good with it. I jumped into a short, a very small short position. I'm ready to close it down, by the way, if I have to.
okay.
117.25 would be the TP. I'm already in profit on this account, so I'm perfectly okay to risk some of it.
Ooh,
But
it's looking good.
I don't like the way that it's holding
Oh, you
this area
don't?
for too. Yeah, I don't like it's just holding too much. But so far the direction is good. My finger is on the close button.
Ooh, it's
So
scary. We're already down 200.
it's scary. It should have dropped already. So that's why I don't like it. It should have dropped already.
Okay, my trade hasn't triggered yet. Hopefully it triggers on the sell side because you're
Yeah.
in a short. So hopefully we're on the same side.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. All right, we'll see. We shall see.
We shall see. We have to breathe.
I'm locked in on the chart, guys. I'm really looking to close this trade manually. I was expecting a much stronger, sharper drop here to sweep the news candle low. And it's not happening yet. And the more seconds, as the seconds go by, not just the minutes, it's just getting ready to bounce. Like,
oh, it's good. Go push.
it's good.
I think so. I do see it. I have the 1 minute chart pulled up, and we do have an inside bar.
Okay.
So hopefully it's going to break the low here.
Or we can just go back up there, up to the 190s, maybe pick up some liquidity. Yeah, that's why my stop is a little bit higher there. But again, this is just 3 micros. I'm okay with this, but I was really hoping for that elevator move. So let's go down.
So far, we are accepting the lows of this range, overnight range. So the overnight low is 29,113. Come on, Bears. Where are you at?
I'm okay as long as it can stay below 210. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
That's all right. So we should be picking up some liquidity anyway from that 1 minute gap at the open. But I don't want it to invert that gap. So please just keep on falling. So.
Oh, okay. MyFundedFutures asked, what comes first, 30K or 28K?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. All right. Tagged into the fair value gap on the 1 minute. Now comes the moment of truth. Are we going to invert the gap, or are we finally taking the elevator? It seems like it's not taking it yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
It is accepting these below 200. The bulls are trying to push back.
Yeah, it's really giving us a hard time here. If it inverts, it can go to the 263.
Look at YM. YM is about to take out the overnight low. Let me check on ES. ES is also very red. ES is down 28 points. Maybe it's a gap and go day. We shall see.
It could be. It's just
we
not
have
falling.
been in such a strong bull run, and every day I'm like, when are these bulls going to get tired?
Yeah, that's a good question, right?
Goodness, how much coffee had they had?
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and we're gonna have the new Fed chairman testifying today, I guess. But it's I don't know when.
Okay, so 62% have voted for 30K instead of 28K.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, it's pushing.
Yeah, it's pushing. All right, I'm closing down the position. Yeah, I closed it manually. I don't like it. It's just getting ready to. I mean, it could have been a fake out or whatever, but I don't want to be a part of it right now. So I just closed it. I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm still in profit, by the way, on this one. But yeah, and look at that. Now it's gonna go.
It's your probe trade.
It's a probe trade.
No, Tom. Look, is it
now
gonna
it's
go
ready
now?
to go. Now it's ready to go. Well, the market makers. That's why it's happening. But yeah. Well, whatever.
Okay.
It's in the cards. The thing is, I would be keeping an eye on that news candle low.
Yeah.
And yeah, honestly, I was expecting more of a directional move at the open here. So we'll see. Yeah, but now we have the drop. Maybe I closed it too early manually, but we'll see. We'll see that. Oh my gosh, look at that.
It's just a probe trade.
How do we deal with the FOMO after this, Terry?
Oh, I know. You can live through my trade, and then if you see a good setup, you can just hop right in.
Yeah, I'm just gonna full port it. Simple.
Well, the probe trade, you've taught us some. The probe trade it's like no biggie. You size smaller,
that's now.
and then you still have ammunition for your next.
Absolutely,
your next
absolutely,
trades.
absolutely. And that's what I'm kind of looking for. Like, if it's not dropping, then it could be, you know, spiking up there to that 263. And yeah, I'm gonna be watching that if I can.
Let's look at YM. Ooh, YM made a new low. Okay, it took out the overnight low. YM is down by over 200 points. ES is going towards the overnight lows also. Very bearish. Yeah, I think maybe we take out that overnight low.
We could be. We could be. Let's see. Let me just switch to the 5-minute for a second here. Okay, we have. You know, the funny thing is that the 5-minute demand zone is still down there. I mean, the mid-level of that zone is usually also a very good target, and it's just below the 100, and it has not been triggered yet. So I'm still feeling that this should sweep that CPI candle low. I don't know why it's not dropping, but yeah.
We are still within that 1-minute range, the opening range.
Yeah, I was really expecting that elevator move, but yeah. Just a quick check on gold. Let's see. Okay, so gold still kind of in the same position as well, but at least we have a structure ready to be shifted. So if we see a potential spike up there to 47.10, I would be ready to give a second chance to this gold trade. Now, that would not be a potential scalp. That would be more of a position trade. But now I'm still kind of I'm kind of focusing on this NQ. It's just
it's taking its time to figure out which way it wants to go.
I don't know if it has anything to do with the Fed chairman, or maybe Pete Hegseth is saying something about war or something. I don't know if his testimony is over. I think it's not going to be over. I think it's going to last for like 2 hours maybe or more.
Okay, I do see a headline, Trump saying Iran is just a question of time. Trump also says we don't have to rush anything, and that was just a few minutes ago.
Okay, so it could be positive as well.
Yeah, he's speaking in a radio interview.
All right, let's see.
Oh, it's pushing.
It's pushing. All right, just a second here. Yep. It's kind of pushing back up there.
Now we're just tagging that data candle high.
Yeah, let's see. Data candle high. And we have this drop. I wonder if we are taking only the 930 opening range high, which is at 227. But you know what? If we have some up close candles above the 930 candle, then it's like highly likely that we're just going to go higher. I mean, up to that 263 maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So far the entire range, it's a pretty good range. The low is 113 and the high, the overnight high is 456. That's quite the range. So if you were to sell today, where would you sell?
Well, if I would sell, I want to wait for that 263. So especially after this move. So I need to see these highs being swept. And I'm actually a little bit tempted to jump into a scalp here if I can make back. All right, I jumped in with 5 micros here. And let's see if I can make back some of it.
VWAP is at about 252.
All right. I'm in with 5 micros and almost hit the TP. Oh my gosh, it actually, Okay, I hit the TP. Nice. All right. So partially recovered that previous trade, but I'm still kind of curious. Oh, I'm just trying to dig myself out of the hole. Thank you.
It's a trade. Every trade is a trade.
It's a trade. And the reason I took that off, because I'm still kind of waiting for a potential pullback on this move. I like to go for that 263, and I was a little bit slow. I was hesitating to change my order to only 3 micro to leave a runner to 263 because I think that's where we're going. So what I can do is I'm going to jump in with only 2 micros this time, and I'm going to add to the position. So previously I was in with 5 micros, and now I jumped in with 2. I'm adding 1 more, and I'm kind of hoping that 262 is gonna get tagged. 3 micros here.
Okay.
Yeah. So go on.
I'm long now. My trade didn't get triggered by the alga. I manually went in, so I must have screwed something up.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'm actually putting a hard stop down there. Don't be scared about this stop because I'm kind of closing it manually if I have to. But yeah, I'm watching it closely. This is again a scalp trade, but this time only 3 micros. The fair value gap starts 263, but there's a zone starting at 264.50. So if I can get this one, I can actually make some extra profit on this. So let's see.
Let's go.
But I need to go for the full TP on this.
Oh, you're so close. What's your TP at?
62. 262. Yeah.
So close.
Yeah, it was kind of close. That, again, this could be just another scalping session. But come on, let's go. Yeah. So we made it back, everybody, and some more. So we are back. I'm actually a little bit disappointed about this drop still, because I don't understand how could we get so close to that news candle low. But anyway, it was a good recovery at least.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Great trades, Tom.
Yeah, thank you. But again, I don't know why it still bothers me why it did not drop. but whatever. And by the way, that level I talked about earlier, the 317, is that flat candle up there. If it keeps on going, if we close higher than the 3-minute supply zone here, which would be somewhere above 285, then I would say we have a good chance to hitting that 317. So let's see. Okay. How's everybody doing? Are you guys printing some money? I hope you're doing better than me. Let's go. Scalp session.
Let's go. I'm up about $65 on this trade.
That is so cool. I love that. Oh my God, look at gold is also pushing higher. Let's go.
Let's look at crude oil real quick. Crude oil is up 3.44%.
Okay. Yeah, crude is at 101.4. I feel like because we have a swing high at the 102.80, we can still continue to go higher here. So 102.90, 102.80. That's quite possible. And what else?
It's pushing.
There could be a congested. Yeah, look at that. It's kind of pushing. I'm going to have to look on gold just for another second as well, because I would be interested to take like an intraday swing position on this one. We had another structure shift. And I told you guys I'm willing to give another chance for this trade. Now I have to wait for this 5-minute candle, which is actually kind of closing right now. And I have to measure the possible risk on this one. Let's go. It's going.
Let's go. It is going. My TP is at 339. My stop is below the 1-minute low.
I love it. Let's go.
That's it, right, Tom? Just stick to the strategy.
Stick to the strategy. Yeah, stick to the plan. I'm actually placing a limit order at 700.4 on gold. Okay. I don't want to actually 700.5. Make it 700.5. And yeah, that's going to be my limit buy order. I'm going to monitor this one as well. But yeah, let's switch back to NQ. Oh my gosh, what a push. Yeah, go on.
Do you prefer a negative R&R or do you prefer like a 1 to 2? Like in an ideal world, your brain.
In a perfect world, in a perfect world, and because we're saying preferring which one I would prefer, in a perfect world, I would go with the 1 to 2 risk to reward. But let's face reality, all right? So the reality tells us, I even have to face this reality even every single day sometimes, that because I do also see some levels, and we talked about this yesterday with Emmy as well. Like when you're scalping, scalping comes with chart time and experience, I think. So if you're seeing a very particular level and you have seen the market taking out those levels multiple times, then your confidence is going to be strong enough that if you see it again, you might just jump in. You know, that old saying, like, trade what you see, not what you think. Now, the answer to your question is, so in a perfect world, ideally, I would prefer the 1 to 2, but because we're talking about scalping and we're all here to make quick money, you know, let's be obvious. So we're here to make the quick money. If I see a very clean level, which is, for example, just 15 points away or 12 points away, and I'm sure all my confidence and my intuition is screaming like, this is going to get taken. Of course, I'm jumping in. But if I do that, I just have to use a negative risk to reward because in many cases, the market, you know, just likes to bounce or being rejected and wiggles a little bit around that level before it gets hit. And I try to do 1 to 1 with scalping, by the way. I try to do 1 to 2. By the way, in scalping, 1 to 2, mathematically possible. Emotionally, I think it's very hard to do. It's just almost because you're going to have so many losses. That's one thing. I tried 1 to 1. I seriously tried to go 1 to 1 trades with scalping. It's also very hard. I had to admit to myself that I have to keep it in a negative R because those kind of trades in many cases need some form or at least some more space. So obviously you need a higher win ratio, just like Emmy said yesterday. So you are actually doomed to have a higher risk to reward ratio. There's no other way around it. But yes, so the answer is I would prefer 1 to 2, but in scalping, I think you're just forced to use a negative R, by the way. So
yeah, like you see profits, you just like trail your stop tight.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. And by the way, I do have my gold trade almost triggered, and it seems like the market is kind of playing with my nerves here, but it's not taking up it got triggered, which is good, but I hope it's not going to drop too much. So on gold, I just jumped into a long position. Hold on. 91.2 is going to be, actually I'm going to put it to 91, my stop loss. I'm only risking about $100 on this one, but if it goes higher, well, I'd like to keep a TP somewhere around 25.2, for example. Let's go with 25. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's good. 25.2. So this is going to be my gold trade. I know it's kind of a long shot, but if it's still not pushing higher, then I might just gonna let it go on gold, maybe for later or whatever, because I just don't understand why gold is just not able to sweep those highs. But anyway, small risk, everybody, and this is not a scalp trade, so I'm just gonna leave it on. But what is going on NQ? How's your trade? Are you in a trade? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm still in it. I can share my screen.
Yeah, sure.
This is a systematic trade that did not trigger. Is it sharing? No, not quite yet.
I'm gonna do some magic. There you go.
Thank you. This is a systematic trade that I shared earlier with the back test. It didn't quite trigger. I'm not sure why. I'll have to go back and check. But so I just manually got in. So when it started to go in my direction, I got in somewhere around here. It started to go in my direction. I definitely wanted to pull in that stop. Like I did, Tom, but I have to just let it run, right?
Yeah.
So this is meant to be risk 1 for 2, but as you can see, I just kind of eyeballed it. It's actually a little less than 2. But yeah, I think in an ideal world, I'm just like you, Tom. In an ideal world, I would prefer a 1 to 2, risk 1 to get 2. Just because in my mind, I'm like, oh, I only need like a 34% win rate just to break even. Like, that's
Exactly.
it. Yeah.
Exactly.
So you could flip a coin 50-50 if it were equally weighted coin, and you're going to make money if you risk 1 for 2. However, I have gone back and back tested that idea, and it does not work with like everything. So I did the homework for you guys, just so you know. Yeah, but like, I hear what you're saying, Tom, that with scalping, so many times a trade has gone in my direction, and then because I didn't immediately move that stop, I didn't trail it, I didn't like make sure I at least locked in, at least break even, if not a little bit better, for it to only come back. And especially with NQ, so it is like, oh, I don't know. Mentally, I think I do prefer risk 1 to make 2, because logically it makes the most sense, right? But like a high win rate also is very good as far as how it affects your psychology, because winning all the time makes you feel emotionally good.
Oh yeah,
So,
absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely. And you know, if you have a systematic trade and you go with the 1 to 2 risk to reward, it makes it even more easier to deal with those losses, because you know that you just have to follow the system, whatever it takes. So
Yes.
despite the fact that I'm really trying to push also for a 1 to 2 risk to reward trade, the market, you know, is changing everything every single day, and I also like moving my stop sometimes where there's an obvious level that gets triggered. Maybe it's a fair value gap or a swing high, swing low. It's just screaming for itself that you have to do something with your stop loss, or you have to take some partials. And whenever, you know, at the very second when you move your stop loss and you take some partials, the numbers are changing. The equation is changing completely.
It does change.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everything.
can you share more about that, Tom? Because I'm guessing there's some people listening, watching,
Yeah.
and maybe they don't quite understand what you mean by that.
Yeah, I mean, let's go for example with the fact that you say you like to take partials. So you aim for a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio. That is good, or you can say a standard 2 deviation of your stop loss, and you're like, oh, I'm good because I'm using 1 to 2 R, and I'm super great, and I'm taking partials when the market is moving in my direction. But that's where many new traders have that mistake in their mindset. Like, if you're taking a partial, or you're just peeling off some contracts, even if you're trading with 5 micros, for example, and you're like, let's take off a micro because, you know, why not? In that very second, the final number, even if you hit your final TP, is going to be a totally different number. Like, I'm not going to go into like some crazy calculations here, but we all know that the final full TP is going to be a totally different number, because you start peeling off your contracts along the way. Also, if you, in that very second, if you leave your stop loss right there, it also going to modify your maximum loss on that particular trade. You can actually, that's actually decreasing your loss, but like the whole setup is changing, so everything is changing. If you move your stop loss, for example, you follow your stop with the swing lows or swing high, depending on if you're selling or buying, even then, statistically, the edge that you're trading, so whatever is your edge, you're modifying your edge, you're deviating from your entry model, from your edge. If your edge is saying that you have to enter, for example, you're using a ICT 2022 entry on a market structure shift with the liquidity sweep and the fair value gap, and you start moving your stop, maybe you did good in backtesting, because you were not moving your stop loss during backtesting. You were just checking those numbers, the base numbers. But as soon as you start to move your stop loss, that is not going to be the same edge anymore.
Yes, it changes everything.
It changes even if you just move it, and get this, even if you just move it with 1 tick, if you just move your stop loss with 1 tick, it's changing your edge. Not like a huge deal, not a big deal, 1 tick, but it's also changing it. What if the market goes back against you? triggers your stop with that one single tick, and then it goes to your TP. You're gonna go crazy, and it's all because you moved. Anyway, it's such a domino effect. So that's where I came to the conclusion that okay, I think it's better for me not to mess around with my stop loss and my take profit anymore. So by the way, in this example, I'm still like in the drawdown on this gold trade, but I'm with this one because this is going to be the second attempt to go long on gold, and I'm kind of feeling that this is also going to hit the stop loss. My trade, because my trade idea, this is still the same trade idea that I tried to take before the stream, and I was hovering in that. I consider that like as the same trade idea. I gave it a second chance. If I'm going to hit the stop loss, and it kind of seemed like I'm going to hit the stop loss on this again, this concludes my setup completely. So I will say that, okay, my analysis was wrong, and it does seem like that the market is just kind of dropping lower. I am not going to attempt for a third time. Even if it goes back up there, I'm gonna take the loss, and I'm gonna know that my analysis was like not on spot, or my risk management, but it's fine. And you know, this is where small risk and trade cap comes into the picture. And sorry guys, I'm just kind of watching that NQ is dropping again, and I'm kind of feel like I wanna jump into a trade.
I know it's about to hit my stop. I want to reverse this trade.
Terry, I want to scalp down to this position. What do you think? I want to scalp it. I want to scalp down on NQ. Actually, I jumped in on NQ.
Yeah,
I jumped in on NQ. Oh my gosh, only 4 micros, but you know what? My TP is gonna be 18.25. I'm
okay.
Let's go.
Okay,
where's your TP? Sorry.
Nice. Okay, my stop loss got hit.
Oh no.
My stop loss got hit.
Oh, no. What did I do? Is it because of me? Maybe because I entered the stop loss. I don't know what happened. What just happening? I think it was me. I pushed the sell button, your stop loss got hit.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
No, but it makes sense though, right? Like all the bulls who bought, and then if the market is reversing, all those bulls are trapped. All their stops are getting hit. So I love your trade, Tom. It's
now
fantastic.
This is again the
Let's
same
always
example.
trade together. My trade
Absolutely.
can be the probe trade.
This is exactly the
Here we
same
go.
example.
We're about to pick out the overnight.
Oh my god, I got taken out from my gold trade, so gold is done completely. I'm done for today with gold. But this is the same example that we just talked about in scalping. I don't like scalping, but I need to leave some room for it, because I'm now pretty much confident that we should be sweeping the news candle low, and I want to leave more wiggle room to the trade. Now if I close down this one, I'm going to be still in profit after the gold trade has lost, so I don't know what to do. Do I want to be greedy or not?
Ooh, yeah, I like this. Oh, gosh, I'm gonna hop into a short.
Greed is good. Who knows? But let's go with good.
We
Oh my
are
gosh.
looking at we're trading towards trying to go towards the low of that data candle.
Yeah. Oh my gosh,
I
we have
think-
less than
I
1
think-
minute.
Oh my gosh, time's gone
Yeah.
by so fast. You're still locked in today.
I'm locked in still. So we can just continue to trade, and Pine will come tomorrow, right?
Yes. Pine is backstage. Tom, any last minute thoughts before we head out for the
TP
day?
hit, that's my last thought. TP hit, so we did great today, even though I lost the gold trade. Scalping something I don't really like, but at least we're back. I mean, we're up in the green, so thank you everybody. This was a great session, and of course Terry is super awesome as always. Terry, you're great. Thank you so much, everybody. It's yours.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning. Please join Tom and I again tomorrow morning. Welcome, Pine Tree Trader. Bye, guys.
Yo, what is up, everyone? Good morning, good morning. Let's go. Pine Trees in the chat. 44 to the Punisher. Chrysler, what's going on? Michelle, what's going on? What's happening? Thank you, Tom and Terry. I am in a massive short here. Based off this 5-minute outside bar, I took a few off. You can see here, I was in 3. Ended up taking a few off on the way down, kind of scaled in, using the stop above here. Can this market actually get kaboshed? Bouncing off 21,100 at the moment. Now, I did take a, if you guys caught my stream this morning, I was on, man, I've been up since 5 a.m. I was actually streaming on my own channel this morning for CPI. I ended up catching the YM dump. You can see YM absolutely got obliterated and kaboshed back down at the open. So I ended up catching that short on my live account. So a nice little base hit on that. Currently up $900 on the live account this week, and it's only Tuesday. So pretty good start to the week. But I am on a flex here. I just got a runner going. I'm on a flex funded account. I do have a 25K rapid that I would like to pass as well. I kind of wish I was on the rapid and working on that daily payout, but that's what I got going on right now. And this was all based off this 5-minute outside bar right here. So we broke it to the downside. We started to push back up. You can see it right here. We started to push back up, and I ended up starting to hop in short, knowing that my stop was going to be pretty wide, over almost 100 points. So I started with 2 micros, added a third, and then proceeded to scale out of one and then scale out of another. And I have a runner going on and a stop at break even. Now, the nice thing about this account, it is an end of day account. So it's an end of day. So I don't have to worry about the intraday trailing drawdown or anything like that. There's also no consistency on this account. So if it decides that it actually wants to go lower and go back to 28,000, do it. I'll take the 1,000 points today. Let's go. Let's rug pull this market. Sick of it. I'm sick of you bulls. How's everyone else doing? Vanessa, what's going on? ES Futures Lab in the house. Bernard. Centennial Boy. Smoked. Yeah. YM got smoked. We need a nice bear day. Come on. Can we get a bear day? We're going to take out that 29,100. I feel like even adding to this and just adding and adding and adding. That's what I want to do. Finally get some bears to win. I don't know what it is. I mean, I'll trade both sides of the market. I'll trade bulls side, bear side. I'll go long, I'll go short. But there's something about catching a beautiful short. I don't know what it is. I'm not a perma bear or anything, but it's something about catching that beautiful short. Love that. Currently up 136 points on this with 1 micro. You can see up $270. When you have a lot of volatility in the market, I mean, trading this size with the micros is perfectly fine here. Oof, getting that push down here. I like it. How's everyone else doing this morning? You guys doing all right? Now, I was talking about it earlier about CPI and the volatility. Very, very dangerous. It can be very dangerous. Where, you know, you just don't, you want to be careful, right? You want to be careful. There's a lot of volatility. It's not just during the news. So when you have the CPI news, it's not just during that. It's after too, where it can be super volatile. You can blow accounts very easily. You also can make a lot of money. So it's one of those double-edged swords where it's one of my favorite days to trade because I love volatility. I hate sideways markets, which is crazy to think that I actually trade the Globex Open for my stream, but because I hate sideways markets, but it's all good and fun. But yeah, you just want to be careful, size down a bit. I've sized down the micros for the most part. I did trade 1 mini on the YM, but it's systematic this morning. And then slinging around an eval. I was trading a mini, but now a little bit scary. I mean, my stop had to be 100 points. That's an account. You figure 100-point stop on that 5-minute chart based off this outside bar candle. 50K account, 1 mini, 100 points. That's $2,000 in drawdown. If the trade didn't work, that's a blown account. So you guys know what I'm saying. We like that. Yeah, me too, Pros. Short today, guys. What about you guys? Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking it's you know, I don't really have any analysis as far as we have a lot of room to the downside. I mean, the market's been so bullish. Now, overall, is the bull run over? I wouldn't say that. You know, I wouldn't say that. One day of pullbacks. I mean, you guys know the NASDAQ, it could V bottom here. It could V bottom right here. We know what the market likes to do. If I hit break even on this trade, so be it. But I also know that we could continue going lower because there's just so much room to the downside. I mean, there's just gap after gap after. We need just probably single prints and probably zero prints down here. Just so much to be repaired. But overall, looking at the daily chart, you would never know that we're pulling back or even having a red day. It's just so parabolic for the last month with NASDAQ. But it is nice to see that we got, let's take a look here. We got righty that's red, down almost 2% or 1.5%. We got YM down 0.5%. So YM got rug pulls. YM's actually starting to bounce here. And then NASDAQ also red. And take a quick look at ES. ES also down 0.5%. So everything is red at the moment. Will it change? It could. We know NASDAQ loves the V bottom. Let's take a look at gold here real quick while we're in the short. Yeah, gold sitting right there at 4,700. Just chilling out. So while I'm in the short, I will talk about, you know, some of the trades that I like to take. If you guys are new to the channel, then these are the types of trades I like to take. I look at inside bars and outside bars on a 5-minute chart. That's my main bread and butter. But I also look at outside bar scalps on a 2-minute chart. So that's what I like to look for. And all I really do is I go short when we get a break. So in this case, where's my hotkeys? There we go. I go short on a break here. Oops, wrong candle there. On the outside bar here, I go short, stop goes above. And then I just look for whatever, you know, the take profit is a little discretionary. I look for gaps to be filled. I look for lows to be filled or highs, equal lows. Maybe I'll look, you know, in this case, if I wasn't in 1 micro, I probably would have already took profit as soon as we swept that low. But where I have a runner going and knowing that this is like the first sign of a bearish red day in quite some time, that I think that we might get some expansion to the downside. But that's just a guess, you know. But yeah, that's kind of how I trade. I look for bull flags, bear flags, and overall just trying to read price action on the 2 and the 5-minute chart. I do like the Finet fair value gap indicator on the 5-minute gold chart. I love this indicator. You can see right here, kind of had a bit of a rejection off that fair value gap. All this does is mark out 50% of these gaps, candle gaps on the 5-minute chart. And it's an indicator called the Finet fair value gap right here. And I've been using it a little bit, not that often, but someone in my community has been using it a lot on the 5-minute, and actually just went live with MyFundedFutures, kind of trading. I don't know exactly what she trades as far as this exact strategy, but she does use the Finet fair value gap indicator and take some trades based off that. So kind of cool. And actually just got the call up to the big leagues with MyFundedFutures TV. I don't know if they're listening today, but congratulations on that. So they got the old email from the Blue Row Capital. That's who we use for. So yeah, pretty cool. Congratulations on that. Let's see. Do we finally get a big red day? Yeah, that's what we're kind of thinking, Max. So tough for me to believe it's going to drop. Well, that's what I'm banking on. I'm banking on people trying to buy these dips, and then let's rip some bulls' faces off because I'm short, right? That's what I'm banking on, because everyone's just kind of used to just buying the dips right now. So I don't really know what's going to happen, but that's what I'm thinking. It would be nice, but it only takes a tweet. Oh, we got Genie in the chat. So right here, Genius K. So Genius K is being called up to live with MyFundedFutures TV. I mean, not MyFundedFutures TV. MyFundedFutures. Maybe you should come on MyFundedFutures TV. I don't know. But Genius K in the chat, congratulations on getting called up to live. Has anyone else been called up to live by MyFundedFutures TV? Do we have any other live traders in the chat? Kind of curious. And it's okay if you're not, right? I mean, we're all on a different journey. Some of us are still trying to struggle passing an eval, and I appreciate all that. Yeah, I think we're always constantly talking about payouts when really everyone's journey is different, and some people are trying to just pass an eval. Maybe they've been trading a year and still can't pass an eval. It's perfectly fine where you are with the journey. I mean, it took me 3 years to get a payout. So we'll talk about that more tomorrow, because we're actually going to do a little segment talking about my very first payout. So we'll save that for tomorrow. All right, getting a little push back up here. See money takeout. You bulls are taking over again. New MyFundedFutures trader. Yeah, let's go. Called up to dead, Mr. Smith. You can see, so when I was talking about those Finet fair value gaps, you can see right here how it just rejects off those levels sometimes. So you can get those little bounces or little rejections. You can take little scalps off them, even off the 2-minute chart. You can see gold pushing up here. Be interesting if gold rejects off that level or not. But I know a lot of people have been using these. It's just a cool little scalping technique. My stop way up there at 236.75. It can come and get me, and I wouldn't be surprised if it pushes right back and takes me out. Just the way this market has been, but we'll see. Hourly chart pushing back up here. The real test is going to be down here if we can break below that 29,000. That'll be something. So if you guys just tuning in, I'm short off the 5-minute outside bar on NQ, looking for a big caboose day, looking for a big red day. I'd love to see 2% down, 2.5%, 3% on for my trade sake. I'm gonna have to go through a lot of the volatility ups and down, but being in 1 micro, just kind of breathing, relaxing. Already up on the account, right? So the nice thing about this trade is that if I do lose on the day, I will be practically still, I still lock in a trading day. So I need 5 days of $150 or more on this flex. So that's a good position to be in. I love that if you can get stopped out and then still be green on the day and still count for like what you want for the day as far as consistency goes. But yeah, Centennial boy, let's go. Pro account promo, 50% off existing users, 30% off unlimited uses. Use code YouTube. Let's get those pro accounts. Those pro accounts pretty sweet. If you're someone that can really make some good money, no consistency on once you're funded on those pro accounts. Those are nice accounts to have. For me, kind of struggle a bit with no consistency accounts. I'll be honest with you guys. You guys know that I'm not going to shy away from it. I am someone that needs consistency rules because I don't have the discipline to stop when I'm up even on the day. So if I'm green, I don't have that discipline sometimes. If I know I need to make, say, $300 on the account to meet a consistency rule, or $600 or whatever it is, I do much better at that than I do with no consistency. If I have an account that needs like a rapid account where I can get daily payouts, if I'm at $1,100 on the day or starting the day, and I know that if I make $500 and get it to $1,600 to take a $500 daily payout, that's my goal. And I'll try to do that. And as soon as I hit the $1,600 and make that 500, I'm done. I'm good. I'm very good at stopping when it comes to that. I'm not really trying to make, another 1,000 on top of it. Occasionally I'll do that. I mean, I'm a human, but for the most part, I'm just like, oh, $500 for a daily payout. That's beautiful. I'm just going to take that. I mean, that's like 3 times as much I feel like is what I made at my last job. So, but yeah, payout pine, Michael says, yeah, we got another one today. So I'm pretty happy, or at least adding on to it. So the way I'm trading my live account is trying to pay myself at the end of the week. And so, which is forcing me to be a little more disciplined. And I'm just looking for 1 to 3 trades a day, looking for $100 to $300, and I'm calling it. Today I took 1 trade, 1 mini on YM, made $200. I locked out the account. I'm done. And in turn, I'm up 900 on the week. And we'll see how the rest of the week goes. I plan on trading Wednesday and Thursday, and I don't trade the account on Friday on that live account. So I don't trade the account on Friday, and then I try to request a payout at the end of the week, and then bank that for like a weekly paycheck. And it's keeping me a little more disciplined, not over trading the account. I've already put it away. I don't really care. I got some evals I can work on, like this rapid account if I choose to trade it later after stream. But I've already had a pretty good morning, and I have an appointment after stream, so it's just going to be a pretty chill afternoon, I think. Maybe I'll leave this trade on, because I don't want to take this trade off. I'm kind of hoping for, obviously, being in this trade, I don't want a V bottom, even though it's starting to feel like a V bottom. But I'd like to see it take out the low again and keep going lower. But already 100-point bounce off the low here. 100-point bounce off that low. You guys got any questions for me? Throw it in the chat. Got about 10 minutes left on the stream. Looks like we're going to get stopped out on the break even on the runner. Unbelievable. You bulls just don't quit, do you? Will you guys go home? Do something? Just go somewhere. How can you lock out a account? Oh, you can't with this MyFundedFutures on Trade-Evade. You can't lock it out. No. But it's just like I put it away. This is like I'm signed out. I'm not gonna trade the account no more. You know what I'm saying? Why not Fridays? Just a rule? Yeah. It's just because of my systematic trade that I was talking about earlier with YM. It doesn't trade well on Fridays. It just doesn't. Ooh, look at this push back up here. Nice outside bar break. Kind of like this. Where would we push up to though? We're rejecting off that VWAP on the 5-minute. Kind of thinking about taking a little scalp long here. See how easily I flip? I see that outside bar and I'm like, I mean, I already got all I needed out of this 5-minute outside bar on the 5-minute chart. Now I see this 2-minute. I'm like, I'm like, can we scalp back up here and up to that 250s maybe, or even higher? I don't know. We'll just hold on to this trade. See, normally you guys know I like to take these outside bar breaks, and if you guys are new out to the channel, I like to take these little scalps. So I would potentially go long off this. Stop goes below, and then I'll look to scalp up to the 250s. But maybe I'll save. I might actually take profit here at the 200s. Ooh, I don't know. We're pulling back hard. Rejecting off this VWAP on the 5-minute. I think I'm gonna lock in my 85 bucks. I'm gonna lock it in. 85 bucks up 233 just with the micros. This is this outside bar here made me a little nervous. We'll see here. We could always hop. The beauty is we can always hop back in. But really, honestly, like the bias coming into a market with any sort of bias of bullish or bearish for me personally is I hate it. Because I like to scalp. You know, I'm looking for a couple $100 a day, especially on the funded accounts. So having some sort of a bullish or bearish bias gets me in trouble more times than not. And it's going, oh man, maybe we're actually going to have a bearish day and we're going to, you know, go down 2-3%. It can get me in trouble because look at the chart, like, okay, I'm holding on a short, holding on a chart. It's like we're trying to V bottom. Look at the 5-minute chart. We're V bottoming here. 2-minute chart. We're V bottoming. Now, could it be just a giant bear flag and starts to? Why is my hotkeys not doing that every single time? You know, could we just break down below here and continue lower and put in a little M pattern, W patterns? I mean, possibly. I don't know. I love coming into the market with no bias and then just trading what I see on the chart. I think Tom was talking a little bit about that earlier. Yeah, just trying to just trade what you see on the chart and look for those little moves and little scalps, and not really having that bullish or bearish bias definitely helps me personally. If I have too much of a, I mean, I've been caught trying to, like, if I had a bullish bias coming into the day, you know, trying to catch these bottoms and stuff like that, and I'm like, oh, we got to take out that 29,320. You know, we have to take it out. No, the market doesn't have to do anything. Like, it just, that's the thing. It doesn't have to do a thing. So, but yeah. You guys got any questions? Throw it in the chat. I got just a few more minutes, 6 minutes in the segment before we have Leo on next. We have Leo. Pine, how's my day? It's going good. Yeah, it's going good. Really good morning so far. Nice and green. Miss K, what's up, Miss K? Largest single payout. What was it? 20. Let me look. Maybe around 20,000, 15,000. But it was with multiple accounts, right? So on one account, I'd say on one single account, it was probably 80,000. An 80,000, 8,000, something like that on a single account. But yeah, largest payouts with multiple accounts. Using the leverage is multiple accounts. You know, like even with MyFundedFutures, you can use 3 or 5 accounts, depending on which accounts you have, and that's a lot of leverage to have. Oh wow, we are still. This is looking good here for the Bears, in my opinion. Came up, tested that VWAP and pushing back down. I could always hop back in. See if we end up taking out that low again. I kind of like it. It's like a giant bear flag break, you know? For it to stop at the swing high, which is... Stop at the swing high. Maybe look to take out the low. Beauty of just slinging around a micro or two. I'm just gonna hop in 2 here. Why not? We're in a game to make some money. All right, taking out a 1 here for 10 points, 13 points. And another runner on here. 273. I'm risking 148. And I'll probably move the stop as I see fit. I do have a bit of a bearish bias. So when I was talking all that jargon about, you know, I try not to have a bias. I do have a bit of a bearish bias today. I feel like there's just a lot of bulls in this market that if we start to really take out the lows, you could start to see some acceleration. The more levels we start to take out and get a little bit of a falling knife. There's just so many bulls, and I'm not just talking, you know, intraday bulls. It seems like there's just a lot. This is just me thinking out loud. I don't really know what's going to happen in the market. No one does. If they say they do, then just unsubscribe to them, please. They don't know. No one knows. Sorry. I forgot what channel I was on here for a minute. I thought I was on my own channel. We don't want to get into any of that. All right, nice here. 20 points here, just ripping lower. Let's go. Could actually trail a stop here. Trail the stop here. Let's trail it to break even here on the runner. 30 points here. There it goes. All right, got a minute and a half left on this segment. Let's give it up. Come on. Let's just look for the low. All right, just trail it here. Let's trail it. Let's lock in a little bit. We want to lock in 50 points. Let's lock in 50 points. All right, nice 50-point trade there. So the volatility is there. So up 353 on this funded flex. Nice day. 5 days of $150 or more. You can withdraw. Well, you get it. The minimum payout, I think, is $500, but then you can withdraw 50%. So let's just say I get it up to like $1,300. I'd be able to withdraw $500 if I have 5 days of $150 or more. So All right. All right, so I'm going to stay on just for a little bit longer here. We are getting that push down. I like it. Getting that push down here. 29,080s. Ooh, I like it. Here we go. So I'm going to stay on for a few more minutes here before we get Leo back on. Ooh, look at this. Pushing down here. 29,050s. Love that. Market is absolutely getting caboose. Let's take a look at YM here. Ooh, here we go. 29,044. Who's in the shorts? Who caught the shorts? Wow. That's what we want to see. This is going to be a key level here, 29,000. Let's see if we bounce here. 20s too. You know, you 80-20 gang here. $1,000 on 4 micros, Bushido. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. CPI, we love that. I mean, we love that. You really don't need the size too big right here. All right, guys. So we have Leo on right now. I want to wish everyone a great day. Thank you so much for being here. And I'll see you guys tonight on the Globex Open on my own stream. But let's give it up for Leo. See you guys tomorrow. All right. Peace.
Alrighty, we'll see if this works. Good morning, everybody. Testing to see whether or not the connection here is going to work. Good morning, everybody. Let's see if we are lagging or not. Can you guys hear me, or am I cutting out quite a bit? Good morning, everybody. Pine, thank you again for a fantastic short. Let's see if this works out here for the connection. If the audio and the screen share are fine, we'll get it on this. The video is going to be a little laggy likely here. Not in the typical office setting, so I do apologize in advance, but good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday morning as per usual. Currently, actually, funny enough here, I was in the exact same shorts, very similar shorts to Pine right now. So I actually did end up taking this SMT confirmation on the 15-minute and took a limit order entry as we retrace back into the change in state of delivery. So good morning, everybody. I know the screen share is going to be likely a little laggier here when it comes to the type of stream quality from typical. So I do apologize in advance, but we're here to look at the charts. We're not here to look at my face. So we're going to see what exactly happens here. But we just got tagged out of these shorts, and I'm going to be looking for a re-entry likely on the 1 minute. 15-minute gave us a confirmation we were looking for as of right now. And so we'll see what exactly happens. But good morning, everybody. Joji, Ethan, everybody, how is it going? Michael, Selfie, everybody. Howdy, howdy. Howdy, howdy, everybody. Hope we're doing well. Happy Tuesday. Let me get the chat open. Leo, W. Lebo. Good morning, everybody. So it should be good for now when we're going to be running this up when it comes to just looking in general at these markets for today on the 15-minute. But once again, we did see the S&P confirmation on the 15-minute time frame that gave us the entry confirmation for what we're looking for. So ideally, what I want to see occur now is to see a continuation of this price, since this was the new 4-hour open being the 10 o'clock. And so as of right now, all I'm going to be looking to see is whether or not we can grab this continuation sequence. So I actually just took this out. I was in this with micros, by the way. I did not want an 84-point stop on minis. So I did take this trade with about 7 micros for 100. And I think it was about 160 points roughly. Let me check total here. It was 162 points total. So absolutely fantastic. But good morning, everybody. Hope we are doing well. Can you all see me and hear me well? Let me just get some thumbs up or some ones in chat if you guys can see me and hear me well. Or maybe not see me, but if you guys can at least see the screen share and you can see price moving here live, which it looks like it is doing, but just want to at least make sure that you guys can see my screen. But yeah, good morning, everybody. Ones, we got some ones in chat. Good, good, good. Looks like the quality is going to hold. Alrighty, so 15-minute once again, we got the 15-minute S&P confirmation followed by a 15-minute entry signature. All I did was watch for a retrace into the change in state of delivery. And as we can see, we did have a strength switch SMT. As a lot of you who are on these segments know, I really like to trade strength switch SMTs, especially when it comes to continuation signatures or for reversals, because they do give you a better confirmation since you're seeing where market makers want to manipulate and pull price too. So As of right now, we see that the 1 minute has only just continued lower here. We have this secondary C2 sweep, an original C2 here that played out the C2, C3, and now we have a secondary C2 sweep, which is good for a continuation sequence. So if I want to see this continue lower, likely what I want to see happen is to see a fair value gap hold here on the 3-minute time frame or the 1 minute time frame, and watch for a closure below the candle body. So here right now, I'm going to be looking for a re-entry on these shorts with a candle body confirmation below this low here. So as of right now, chat, that is what we are looking to see happen. We'll see whether or not we can capitalize on a proper short live in front of all of you. If we do get a failed closure below this change in state of delivery, for me, this will remove my entry confirmation, since we already see that this is quite expansive at the moment. But we'll see what exactly happens there. 44 VX, good morning. Good morning. Hope we're doing well. Magnus, how's it going as well? Ring the bell. How are we doing, everybody? Happy Tuesday. I appreciate you all for tuning in. I know it's definitely not the ideal office here, but we're making do with what we got. MyFunded here, absolutely coming in clutch, my saviors for today. So yeah, we'll see, but looks like we're gonna get a failed confirmation, which means we'll likely get a deeper retracement into this fair value gap here. So I'm gonna be looking for a retrace back into this 1 minute imbalance and then catch a secondary C3 expansion here. So that's what I'm actively looking for at the moment. We'll see whether or not that happens. Coach Ed, what's up? Good seeing you. Lovely seeing the usuals here in chat. Elude, Ethan, hope we're doing well. Just ban them. That's why I'm seeing time people winning all the time. There we go. So yeah, once again, guys, took a really nice short there. Didn't take the same entry signature as Pine, but we did take a very similar entry upon the retrace into that 15-minute SIST. So now there's a couple things that can happen, right? When we look at the short signature, we've already expanded quite a bit. I think over 250 points here since the low. See, about 290 points since the 945, we'll say. About 290 points. And so now we can consider this almost down 1% on the on NASDAQ 100. For me, what I'm looking to see is whether or not price is too drawn out and we're now going to see this 15-minute reverse, or whether or not this fair value gap becomes a failed inversion and we can grab a continuation sequence off of it. But as of right now, chat, I can't lie, it's looking like price is likely going to inverse this in the 1 minute, which for me is going to remove my short bias that I was originally looking for. So we'll see what happens. But this is currently what we are looking for at the moment. So we'll see kind of how this price plays out. But so far, how is everybody doing? How was the Monday day of trading? Did we all kind of follow our entry signatures? Did we all follow our rules? How were we for the most part when it came to Monday's trading? Are we making ourselves proud this week? Or are we making yet again irrational decisions because we're impatient and want to FOMO ourselves into market? Just got to be honest, chat. I gotta call you guys out, you know? And looks like we are going to get this inversion fair value gap on the 1 minute here, which is what I'll be looking for as well. So we'll see whether or not the bears have a nice. Thank you, Ezra. I appreciate it. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Let's hear in chat here. How are we doing though? Let's get a general rundown here from chat in terms of how we're doing so far this trading week, Monday and Tuesday. 1,200 times 2 funded. There we go, Pops. Love to see it. We absolutely love to hear that. Not gonna lie, I made money, but I broke my rules, so not today for me. Yeah, honestly, fair. And I'm glad that you said that though, because that's a common misconception with trading is people think that you have a green day that you're trading correctly. It's kind of the same thing how I mentioned on my last stream. I was saying that you can trade consistently, but that doesn't mean that you're trading correctly, right? You can have a green day, but that doesn't mean you're trading correctly. You can have a red day, that doesn't mean that you're trading correctly, right? So these are kind of the aspects that come alongside trading here. But yeah, as of right now, chat, once again, I'm just going to be looking to see how we react. We did inverse this 1 minute fair value gap, but I'm looking to see whether or not we trace maybe into this higher imbalance here on the 1 minute before potentially rejecting and giving us that confirmation signature that I was looking for. So ideally look for a 1 minute bearish closure, retrace into this higher this higher fair value gap here, and then grab a change in state of delivery closure for a confirmation lower. Yeah, everybody, it's gonna be an interesting one today for sure. We'll see kind of how price plays out here, whether or not we continue higher. So we'll see. Yeah, we are seeing a slow expansion higher here. I want to see it tap into this fair value gap, close bearish, and then retrace bullish. That way we have a smaller stop, because if price were to trace all the way down into this low here, if we were to enter a short signature, let me just map this out for you guys. If we were to enter a short signature with our stop at the high, that's an 85-point stop. But if we form this bearish signature, then do a re-bull leg into this, it'll only create like a 30, 40-point stop. So we would slice our stop in half, which would be good for our risk management. Leo, sell on the C2 15-minute new 4-hour candle 1-minute confirmation. Yes, done for the day. Fernando, I already did. I took the NASDAQ shorts. I was even surprised I could enter on the NASDAQ shorts, considering all things considered right now. Internet is pretty boof right now, but it's looking pretty good for price to continue lower here. But yeah, here as of right now, looks like we might fail this inversion. We're likely going to see this short confirmation, for price to continue lower. So as of right now, that is what I'm watching to see, or maybe we reject off the encroachment and continue back into this fair value. So right now we might see a bit of ranging in between here, also considering we're down 1% on the NQ. Let's go run it. Ooh, there we go. Let's run second form. Enough drama. Let's go. MyFunded with the second form. Yeah, guys, once again, if you guys have not already, make sure you guys are liking and subscribing to these stream segments. All right, so here we go. So now we're seeing this bearish leg. That's going to be a bullish expansion into this this imbalance here, which could likely give us this confirmation sequence I'm looking for. If you just look at this 15-minute profile, it's a retrace followed by an expansion. So it seems like we're retracing and reach the previous 15-minute high, and then for the next 15-minute leg. So we'll likely see the 1045 sweep out this 15-minute and then expand price lower. Because I'm not going to lie, chat, this looks extremely bearish at the moment. So I'm keen on looking to see how we can potentially frame some short signatures. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens. Alrighty, chat, looks like we do have a form coming out here from MyFunded very soon. We have the MFTV form. So if you guys haven't already, make sure you guys are opening up the YouTube chat. MyFunded is releasing a form. Make sure you guys are filling those out. Free accounts for MyFunded. New form. Check it out. Alrighty, good 15-minute here. This is exactly what I wanted to see. This trace into the fair value gap, followed by if we can get this change in state of delivery confirmation lower, this can give us exactly kind of what we're looking for here. So ideally look for this closure confirmation on the 1 minute, and then we'll see a short signature form. So we'll see. Because if this enters, chat, I'll give you kind of the rundown. We'll look for this here, stop here, see how we went from an 85-point stop. Now we just target a 1.5 with this closure, and that would be a 56-point trade if this were to hit. So this is what I'll look for. And I'll likely look for the 1033 low as well. All right, let's see if we can get this. Let's see if we can get this confirmation here on the 1, because this would be ideal for this short signature, and it's looking pretty solid. This is looking pretty solid. But yeah, guys, make sure you guys are filling out the MyFundedTV form. We do have that in the chat at the moment. Scroll up if you guys have not seen it already. If we get this 1 minute confirmation here, I'm definitely going to be looking for this entry into the short signature. So just a heads up, chat, but this is looking really good here for this short. Give me this closure confirmation, and I'm going to put a limit order at this change in state of delivery. If we fail this, and we'll likely see this inversion also refail as well. So looks good here, though. I want to see this confirm. Give me this closure, and boom. Alrighty, closure given here. That's the new 15-minute open as well, so we'll likely retrace higher. I grabbed a market order entry for a few here, and I have the rest of my limit filled. So market order entry right at the close here, or right at the open of that candle, stop at the high. Targeting a 1.5R here. So 1.5R kind of tags into the 1033 low. I have my full or slightly higher size position here that will get filled if we trace back into the change in state of delivery. So actively, that is what we want to see occur. But as of right now, chat, we're up a whopping 10 points on these shorts. We'll see what happens. No promises on any bread and butter here, chat, but I like what I'm seeing on the 1 minute. Grabbed it on the open of the candle on the new 15-minute open here. We're up about almost 20 points here. I want to see us reclose below this inversion fair value gap, and this is going to be a proper C3 and C4 expansion lower. So yeah, chat, once again, make sure you guys are liking and subscribing to the MyFunded segments if you haven't already. They're absolutely killing it. Yeah, guys, you guys saw that short that Pine took as well. Pine was chefing on that short. So it's a good day for the MyFunded crew today. Bit of a retrace here. I want to see this 1.5 tag me out here. We're at about, all right, so hit the exact 1.5 map so you guys can see this. So ideally looking for us to reclose below this inversion. If we reclose below this inversion fair value gap, it's a really high chance that we see price continue into our TP. But if we reject off this inversion quite aggressively, we'll likely see our stops get hunted by institutions. So this is what we're looking for. I'll turn off the TTFM Pro indicator so you guys can see my chart a little better. Decent 1 minute movement here. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Ideally still looking for price to continue lower. Ideally, come on, give it to me. See if we can continue lower. I'm liking this though. We might reclose below this inversion fair value, and that's going to be huge for the trade. Closure below the inversion fair value, we likely see the 1030 lows get reswept. And that's going to be more than a 1.5R. And then closure below the 1030 lows, and we'll likely see price even continue even lower. Probably we'll see around 350, 400 points in the day. In terms of full movement. I love Pine, I love Terry Trades. Eric, legend. Well, we love you too. So we'll see. Looking for this on the 1. See if we can get this closure confirmation here ideally. Alrighty, good reject here off of, we're actually rejecting off of the 1 minute VWAP as well, which is nice. We want to see that we're looking for this confirmation. So closure below the 1 minute VWAP here, fail this inversion. So this becomes a failed inversion fair value, and this is going to be really nice for this entry sequence. Let's see what happens on the 1. Let's see what happens on the 1 minute here. Very nice movement, chat. This is what I like to see. Up about 35 points on this trade. If this 1.5 hits, this will be a 66-point trade on stream again. I want to see this 1 minute close below the inversion though. Google form winners, congrats again to the winners. MyFunded, thank you for tossing out another form. Legends. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's see if we get tagged out at 1.5R here. Alrighty. Good. This is looking good here, chat. Up about 45 points at the peak there. This is looking really solid for this continuation. Nice. See if this trade hits. All right, that's the failed inversion fair value gap here. So this is looking really good. We'll likely see price retrace into it before expanding lower. So kind of a look like this before we see the 1.5. And realistically, I should be targeting the 1033 low, but the fact that I already took a 160-point trade, I'm just trying to get out at a flat 1.5. And also, I think I'm going to take a few partials here, chat, as well. I'm going to snag out a few partials here. Already a few of the partials taken out at 40 points here on NQ. Looking for this continuation to the full 1.5. But chat, so far, no matter what happens here, I might even move my stop to break even for this inversion. Yeah, let's limit risk, chat. I'm going to put stop to break even. All right, just so chat can see here, I'm going to move stop loss to break even. Stop loss is now moved to break even. Let's see if we get this 1.5 confirmation. I need win one day. We have forms going all the time. Alrighty, because ideally, if we decide to retrace back into this inversion, it might go for our stop hunt. So it's best that we move our stop to break even to manage our risk accordingly here. So I want to see this fully play out into this 1.5 now. 66 points. Let's see if we get it, chat. Great movement here on the 1. Alrighty. Got some W's for a place to make it here. Worst possible. I appreciate MyFunded. What a legend. Thank you, MFTV. Alrighty. And we're tagged out. That's 1.5 hour. 1.5 hour, chat. We are out of the trade. 66.75 points here on NASDAQ. And now we're going to see the 1030 low swept out here. Oh my gosh. Winning trade. Nice. There we go, chat. It's the full 1.5 tagged out here. So we are now out. Fully out of this trade. Full 1.5 tagged out, chat. Entry confirmation was this 1 minute closure here. I just took a market order entry. Waited for this inversion fair value gap. Once we saw this inversion fair value gap, I ended up just seeing I took a market order entry, inversion fair value gap. Once we failed this inversion, I moved my stop to break even, took a couple partials below the closure below this inversion fair value gap as well, and then targeted a 1.5R. So 66 points low. Are you profitable? Jen, that's a great question. Yes. This is my full-time job after all. Streaming is my full-time, no, I'm joking. Trading is my full-time job. And look at this, right? Even before we could take out, now we're seeing the 1052 react aggressively. This is why I didn't want to fully target this 1030 low. I like your trading style. I appreciate it, Charlie. Thank you. Chat, 66 point trade live on stream here. What a trade. W. Lowe and Michael Huddleston. There we go. Let's get chat. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys are liking and subscribing. I'm off my segment at 8:30. So I'm on from 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Eastern, 7:30 to 8:30 Pacific Standard. But took those NASDAQ shorts there, exactly what I was looking for. So now we're actually seeing, we didn't even take out the 1030 low here, and we're tracing back into our break even. So this might have been a perfect trade. Kind of exactly what I was looking for. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Lanaya, that's going to be fun once you transition to real markets. You basically enter in all OBs after rejecting into some PB array. Correct, Luke. Yeah, that's the simple explanation. Gotcha. We will take this. So that puts me up. That puts me up over 200 points in the day. Over 200 points in the day. So as of right now, we'll see what I can scout. YM is kind of just side ranging here on the 1 minute. So I really want to see whether or not we can still look for an expansion of price lower. But right now, this is currently creating a double bottom. I don't really look at frameworks too much here, but if we do see us refail this inversion and inverse this fair value yet again, we'll likely see price continue back into the highs. It means that price is quite drawn out, and institutions want to recollect orders before pulling price lower. So as of right now, though, chat, I mean, look at this chart here on the 15. This looks to me 168 points short off the original with the 15-minute entry, followed by a 1 minute entry here for a continuation sequence. So I'll take it, chat. No complaints in mine. Let's get this mapped out with our YMSMT here, so you guys can better see kind of how I was approaching this. We'll do middle center. That way you guys just do the framework here. Looks like no support. I exit my position soon. Now I need one more good setup. Tris, are you already up on the day though? Because the thing is, you should limit yourself to the number of trades that you're taking, just to be safe, right? You're trying to preserve and protect your capital. That's your biggest goal. The 3 pieces of advice you would give to your past self when you're first time trading. 1, don't oversize. I think biggest thing would be prioritizing process before fixating on profits, because I think a lot of you hop in with anticipations of trying to get funded accounts or starting your own personal account. So you jump to the cup by oversizing so you can turn those $10 into 100 and then $100 to $1,000 days. I'd say the biggest thing would be focus on light size and process. And so when you're taking short signatures on NQ, taking 1 micro, taking 2 micros, taking 3 maybe, that way you're not attached to the profits behind the trade, and instead you can fixate more on the process. What's the reasoning behind your trade? What's the reasoning behind why you did enter, why you could have entered, so on and so forth. So honestly, I think that's what helps the most when it comes to starting off trading. I'd say I would just include that as one primary bit of advice. I think 2 and 3 would be, so learning to focus on process over profits. Another big thing too, focus on 1 entry signature. I think a lot of you fixate on this idea of trying to see 3 to 5, trading 3 to 5 different entry models. But the thing is, when you build an inconsistency or you take a loss on a trade and you're trading 7 different models, you can't find consistency in your errors. So it's hard to really adapt, right? Because every time you're taking a losing trade and you're on a different entry signature, how can you find consistency in that? Because you're constantly model hopping. So I'd say stick with 1 model in specific and really fixate on building the discipline, your risk management, your entry signatures, and then just generally scouting steps for that as well. So who doesn't recover agents in someone's closet? Exactly, possible. You named it. Also looks like we're now going to see the 1030 low. We're going to re-inverse another 1 minute fair value gap here, which is going to be huge. So likely going to see the 1030 low play out now, which was the intended full TP. Pine was already in. He has a segment from the 7 to 7:30 a.m. Pacific Standard, 10 to 10:30 Eastern. So very nice here on this closure. Looks like the 1032 low is going to be swept here. Alrighty, chat. Yeah, that was a great trade. I'm very happy about that. Alrighty, that's gonna be the 1032 low swept out here, which was the intended draw. So I'm happy. Low got Undertaker. what does that even mean, Avi? Wooey, that's a great comment. Just be grateful to have a chance to win. That's word for word. Almost formed equal lows here on NASDAQ. So price continuing lower. YM, by the way, after this open short, this is not the asset you want to trade. We are within a very, very tight range here, over 390 points on long movement today. NASDAQ now officially swept up to 1033 low, so we'll likely see a recontinuation of price heading lower now. So very nice stuff here, but wow, what a trade. Agent Leo's waiting for Agent Husk and Agent Myth to take them out from the closet. You guys are hilarious. Hourly looks good too here. We're now tapping into this major hourly imbalance as well, which I'm curious to see kind of where that pulls price to next. Yeah, so if we inverse this hourly, this is going to be low, chat. I'll be set up for some bearish bias for today. It'll probably retag it to Thursday 6 o'clock low, based on what I'm seeing take us back into the mid 28s. How's ES looking still as a draw? I haven't honestly been paying attention to the ES chart. I should be, but honestly, like NASDAQ just looks so clean today. I didn't trade the open. I wasn't a fan of the open at all today. I like that it formed this SMT originally. I like the post open though. With this 15-minute confirmation, you see that I waited for this full retrace to grab a resignature on the short because the 15 looked extremely bearish. And child, look at this intended draw. The 1032 low swept out, and now we're rejecting higher. So this is good. Good intended draw. Whoa, that's my phone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So we'll see, Chad. Just kind of watching here. As I said, once we see a closure below the 1032 low, we'll likely just see price continue to trend lower most of today, and then probably see a PM session recovery. But as of right now, it's looking like we're definitely just going to see AM and kind of the end of AM session here pull price lower. So short signatures are indeed in play. Hello, do you think? Chat. I think the biggest thing is you guys should be super grateful. MyFunded is giving accounts away every single segment, literally a form for every single streamer segment. So you gotta realize there's a lot of you in chat here. So I'm just happy to think you guys should all be very grateful that they're hosting accounts, giving away these accounts, right? I think that's more the approach you guys should be taking, is to be super happy. Great, Lily. Yeah, we do appreciate. Yeah, and congratulations to the winners. Right, so now we're seeing price just slowly expand lower here. So we'll see. We will see what happens, but it looks like we're going to continue this lower. But chat, one thing I will say, if you guys have not already, make sure that you guys are liking and subscribing to the MyFunded segments. It does help us out a lot. We took a 68 point, or a 66, we could say 67 point winning trade on NQ live on stream within minutes after hopping on the segment. So if you guys have not already, make sure you guys are showing some love to the MyFunded crew here. Liking, grabbing, it helps us out a lot. We're on par to hit 100K already. Very push that to the beautiful 100K, because I'm not complaining, you know? So if you guys haven't already, make sure you guys are doing that, liking and subscribing to these segments. Love Verde's Pine Tree, I know, right? It's so nice. You took a great short, and then right after you hopped off the segment, I decided I had to back up my boy, so I ended up taking a continued short here on the 1 minute as well. 67-point winner. Halo, do you look for underlying ETF while trading futures? Not particularly. I can't lie. Yes, futures. I primarily just, when I'm trading, I primarily look for the leading and lagging asset in S&P divergence, and then trade a change in state of delivery confirmation. Let's go, Pine. Yeah, Pine was killing it on stream, guys. Drop some W's for that. I appreciate it, Davey. Considering the situation, we scored. Look at this. See, I told you guys after we see a closure below the 1032 low, we'll likely see a re-expansion of price lower, and that's exactly what it's doing. It just keeps respecting these 1 minute imbalances here, these 1 minute fair values, and pulling price lower. Like, once again, chat, look what we just formed. For those of you that do like my entry signatures, we just formed another entry signature, which I think just now played out to 1.5R. Had you taken this entry here with this short signature, short, stop at the protected high, and target of 1.5. I'm not in this trade chat, but I'm going to map this out for you guys just to show you the importance of this. You look for an OB confirmation after pulling into a PD array. And so now this PD array being this fair value gap here, we're already up. I mean, I'm not in this trade, but it would have been a 23-point trade just then. So super, super cool to see. Yeah, I can't lie, Chad. This is the type of day where I would be a karma bear personally. I'm just mapping this out. I'm just going to make a quick note. I'm not in this trade. No. not in this trade. That way I don't get you guys confused here in chat, but I'm just mapping this out because there's also a chance that this invalidates. And the reason being is, look, we're already out of the C1C. This is an invalidation. Why is this the case? Price has already expended over 300 points since the short signature at 945, right? And so price is relatively is expanded. We've already expanded quite a bit. And when we look at the T-Trades fractal model, when we look at a fractal signature from a C1 through C4, I'm going to load this up so you guys can see this. We formed an original C2, then felt a C3 expansion and a C4 expansion. So there's no such thing as a C5. You don't trade a C5 expansion. You just wait for a new C1 range to form. So the reason why we got an invalidation of this 1 minute signature is because we were outside C2, C3, we have the C2, C3, and C4. There's no C5. You don't have a C5. You reset. You look for a C1 signature to form and retrade a C1 through C5, or C1 through C4. And so all it is now, the reason why we see this invalidation, now we're actually likely going to see price raise higher. We just fully filled out an hourly fair value gap. This gray box here is an hourly gap that I had on my chart, right? Hourly gap here is an hourly PD array. So price is likely going to continue higher off this, right? We've now filled all the liquidity from this major hourly gap that formed. And so now likely we're going to trace into the SIST continue higher. And we have an SMT present at the lows here. So this is all the reason for why you can and should be paying attention to how markets want to play out here. Because if you entered this trade and you're wondering, why did I get invalidated on these shorts? This is exactly the same entry signature that Leo is taking. Well, the reality is it's not the exact same entry signature because you're not trading within the proper candle framework. Right? For trading within a proper candle framework, you want to look for a candle 1 to set the range, look for a C2 manipulation and an expansion to the opposing side, and then in C3 you want to see it retrace into a PD array, respect it with an OD closure or a change in state of delivery closure to confirm a signature lower. So once again, chat, I'm going to say it again, but if you haven't already, make sure you guys are liking and subscribing to the MyFundedTV segments. It helps us out a ton. We are super close to the 65K barrier. So we appreciate the support, and I appreciate the support. And chat, I'm also curious to know, was anybody taking or looking at the same 1 minute trade that I ended up taking on stream? Type of 1 in chat if you took or were looking at the same 1 minute trade, because I'm curious to know. I know I see quite a few of you familiar faces here that trade my entry signature on the stream segment. So I'm curious to know who here is kind of looking and trading the exact same. Watching for 5 months, and from last week I won 2. Yeah, I'm Leo Invests on all the socials. So just, it's cool to see you guys take those similar entries. Very, very cool to see that you guys take those similar entries. Process, so funny. That is hilarious. I appreciate it. Thank you, MyFunded. Thank you. Alrighty, chat. So see now price is expanding higher. We got the SIST closure and this long position. We retraced back into the SIST. Not a trade that I'm in, but one that we'll likely see continue into the 1.5 roughly. We'll see. I'm also thinking that price is just going to range a bit here since there was that confirmation that formed already on this 1 minute, but because price is already drawn out and we're within an hourly gap, it's going to be very difficult to see where exactly price is going to move now. We've already expended over 300 points. Not only did we expend over 300 points, but we're also likely going to see that price is going to consolidate within this hourly gap since there is orders that are still actively being filled at the moment. So that was the best. Jans, I appreciate it a lot. The lows could have been support, but true, exactly. No, did you watch ICT 2024? I did not. ICT is great, but I personally have not seen the 2024. However, I do watch T-Trades. the GOAT. Hello, I'm new here. Tell me what C1, C2 means. So C1, it's an abbreviation for candle 1, candle 2. So basically the simple rundown, and I'll give this to you guys really quick. Candle 1 sets the range, right? So it sets like a typical range where price is moving, right? This is your C1 period where price has created this range that you want to see get broken. Now, this is and this could be a 30-minute time frame, right? So we'll say this is a hourly time frame. This is a 1-hour candle movement. The new 1-hour candle opens. So we'll actually just do option B here, right? New 1-hour candle opens, and what does it do? Let's say it now continues and it sweeps out the high. This forms a manipulation, which is called a candle 2 manipulation. Okay? So this is called your manipulation, MP. With this manipulation, this would be a bullish manipulation. I want to see a bearish distribution to the opposing side now. So I want to see price continue lower now. This entry confirmation, that leads to the manipulation, is a change in state of delivery. And so once we manipulate the high of C1's range, we want to confirm it with a change in state of delivery closure, which is the bullish candle bodies that lead to the sweep out of the candle 1, that then leads to a confirmation lower. This is your C2 manipulation. Let's say during C2 now, you form a fair value gap, right? And then C3 opens. So we'll do another option B here. C3 opens. I want to see candle 3, the third hourly candle, trace into a fair value gap and respect it by closing yet again below an order block or a change in state of delivery. This then becomes your short signature upon the closure. Stop at that protected high and you target a 1.5R. This is literally the magic. And then candle 4 is a repeat of candle 3. That is literally all the sauce I could give you. Super simple. So all candle 1 through candle 2 means, or candle 4 is just the range. It's candle 1, which is an hour, candle 1 hourly candle, or a 30-minute, however, whichever time I'm using. Candle 2, candle 3, candle 4. That is the sauce, chat. That is the proper sauce I can give you. Hello. What are your thoughts on YM today? Not a fan. We had a really good short signature at the open. The thing that I really liked about YM today was the fact that we saw a closure below a change in state of delivery off the open, which manipulated it. Let me show you kind of what I'm looking for here. See if this loads. We'll see if it loads the YM chart. It'll take a second here, so bear with me here, chat. But once that YM chart loads, I'll show you proper. So off the 1 minute here on the open, we see that we formed a previous 15-minute range. Let's just do this. This manipulation, we manipulated the previous 15-minute high, which ended up, or not the previous 15-minute high, but we manipulated this accumulation. So it's a accumulation, manipulation, distribution. So why am I liked at the open, but post-open, it just started consolidating a ton, and I was not a fan of that. So not the biggest fan of that for sure. See how that exactly like what I said. There we go. You like heavy? This is your job, and that's a better one. Yeah. So just chat once again. As a heads up, I do apologize for the laggy face cam here. I'm actually actively not at home at the moment, so I am on worse internet connection. I promise the quality on the stream segments is a lot better. We are just having some internet issues in a location that is not my setup, so I do apologize in advance. Gotcha. We still managed to take a very nice 67-point trade live on stream. And once again, I know my face cam is lagging, but the point of these streams isn't to look at my face, it's to look at the charts and for me to be teaching you guys. So thanks for explaining. Yeah, of course. Ash is coming with fire. Yeah, chat. Closure below that 1033 low, and since we got that closure, look at this. Closure below that, and we've already now seen over 70 points lower on NQ. What a day of movement. Clink want if Myth has you in his closet. You guys are funny. And like, can you live trade? I just did. Can you take live trade? Nope, we took this 67-point trade live. I currently don't have an entry signature, so I'm not trading as of right now. I think I'm likely just going to be tapering the rest of the day. We took one big win this morning and a secondary win here on stream with all of you. So have a higher time for failure gap? Not exactly, Ryu. No, I look more for the encroachment. The encroachment of higher time for failure gaps, less so the very nice day. We have quite a few finalists cooking on shorts, weekly shorts. The whole team is cooking on shorts. I'm sure Husk and Myth are also cooking on some shorts. It's a good day, chat. Also, alrighty, chat. We do have a MyFundedTV form in chat once again. So if you have not already, make sure you guys are checking it out. There we go, chat. We have a MyFundedTV form. Make sure you guys are checking it out. It is form in the chat. Form in the chat. Also, we do, once again, for those of you that want me to trade live, I don't have an entry signature currently. I did mention that a closure below the 1032 low would likely lead to a continuation of price moving lower, AK and AM session bearish leg. We'll likely see PM session see a bit of a recovery if NASDAQ starts to get weak on the bear side. But best of luck to everybody with the forms. Once again, if you have not already, make sure you guys are liking and subscribing to the segments. It helps us out a ton here at MyFunded. So we'll see what happens here. Ideally looking to see this expansion lower, but we'll see what happens. So what I want to see is whether or not we can trace back into any of those smaller imbalances here on the 1 minute and then grab a confirmation sequence, which I won't personally be doing since we already did take the trade I wanted to, but just to showcase kind of more of the methodology behind that trading. Wow, look at this price chat. This is insane. We have Husk in the chat, everybody. So Myth and Husk will be hopping on here in about 10 minutes, but I'm going to see if we can tape read some final trades. Once again, I don't think I'm going to be taking any trades for the rest of the segment since we did take 2 successful winning trades today, and we are far above my daily P&L goal. So we'll see whether or not we can framework something else. But I'm curious to see how other actual assets are doing, like Nvidia and stuff, though. Look at this 15-minute, by the way, chat. After that manipulation and S&P confirmation, this 15-minute just tanked. What a day. And chat, for those of you wondering as well, when I trade a candle 2 sweep, I typically look for a 2R trade. And when I'm trading a candle 3, I typically like to look for a 1.5R risk to reward. So for every $100 I risk, I look for $150 profit. And for a C2 sweep, for every $100 I look for for C3, I look for, C2, I look for $200 profit for every $100 risk. Just so you guys are more aware for the entry and the risk criteria for myself. And more recently, chat, I have been trading, I've been trading more on the end of continuation sequences since candle 2s have had a bit more failed confirmations due to the bit of price action recently. chat. NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA's got its price raised to 315, by the way, for those who are wondering. Estimated price of the 315s, which is nuts. That's going to be crazy. Quite crazy. 3-minute also forming some larger imbalances here too. Wow, chat. Since our entry signature as well, this would have been like almost 200 points, 180 points. Holy cow. Congrats to the Google form winners. Alrighty. 1 minute confirmation, still just continuing lower here. What an insane market today, chat. This is a short signature and a half. NASDAQ and ES are very, very similar in correlation too. So using an SMT for these guys is not a bad idea. And I think we also did get an SMT for this entry confirmation of mine as well, did we? Yep. We did get an SMT as well. And NASDAQ was the weaker asset in this SMT pair. Or was a stronger asset in this SMT pair. So this was actually the preferred asset to trade. Nice. You see, ES swept off the previous high, NASDAQ not. This is the type of SMT I'm looking for. Good move here. Yeah, chat, if you guys have any questions, any comments, concerns, or anything at all, don't hesitate to ask me in chat as well. I would love to answer any clarifying questions you guys might have in general about my trading methodologies, my trading process, risk management, anything of those characteristics. But once again, let's see if we can at all push to 300 likes on the stream. I don't know who's interested in that, but we do have over 360 of us right now, and on all socials, over 1,500. So make sure you guys have not liked the stream. So make sure you guys are liking the stream. You trade New York session AM only. I trade New York AM and London because I'm in London quite often, and also the Mrs. lives in London, so I'm in London quite often. So I'll trade London session and New York AM session. But New York AM session is my most preferred session to trade. What a day, chat. At this point, you just buy a put contract and let this go. Market is tanking. Honestly, my win rate during London session is actually higher than New York AM session, because London session has slightly slower price action. So for me, it's a lot easier for me to read price when it's not moving as quickly or as aggressively. So, and I also I've had more experience with New York AM session than I have with London, but the bits have been in London since last September, basically. London session has been my actually more preferred trading session. London session, but also New York AM for me has been working very well recently. So no complaints, chat. Zero complaints from my end here. Wow, chat, every retrace, look, it's just retracing into all these 1 minute imbalances and just sending it lower. What a crazy day, chat. You can't make that up. What a crazy day. One go. every trace into this fair value is just a reconfirmation for a sequence lower. It is just tanking that. Oh my gosh. Jeez Louise. What's funny is now, like, if you were to enter on short signatures, when market would finally decide to retrace higher. That's the type of market it is. You see it just run in front of your eyes, and the next thing you know, it finally gives you the confirmation you're looking for, only for price to just completely tank lower. That's exactly the type of market this is. So, 1 minute there on the NASDAQ. So we're looking for that price lower, likely going to trace higher into this. We formed the larger 1 minute gap here, so looking for this 1 minute gap to give us a continuation as well. We're tagging into it yet again, so closure confirmation and price will likely continue lower yet again. This is the classic here for these style markets. Yeah, chat, we do have about 3 minutes at the end of the segment, so once again, guys, I do want to say thank you all. As per usual, no matter the time of day, no matter where we are, no matter what we're doing, I do really appreciate the continued support from every single one of you, hopping on the stream segments, coming to support me in my segment here at MyFundedTV. I know this was not the ideal office space. The camera's lagging, but the screen and the audio apparently was working perfect. So if you guys can hear me and you were able to see me take the trades I wanted to take, I'm not going to complain, right? It worked out. So yeah, thank you all once again for just tuning into these segments with me. And I just appreciate the continued support. Keep chatting. I appreciate it, Cara. Thank you. Yeah, guys, seriously, we scored a 67-point winning trade, 1.5 R, live on stream in front of all of you. So honestly, no complaints on my end here. I know you guys might be like, oh, but, you know, could have gone for the full 200-point move. Chat, we secured 1.5 R considering our situation right now. So I'll consider that a big win for the program, personally. So yeah, guys, thank you again for all the continued support. So as of right now, if this closes below, chat, we're going to see a big entry confirmation here on NQ. Big entry confirmation. This 1 minute looks quite bearish. Look at me on the King of Yawns. What's up? Yeah, chat here. We'll see if this actually gives us the 1 minute entry confirmation. We have 8 seconds. I want to see this close below, and we'll just see price tank. It's just going to be a continued move lower here. Every 1 minute imbalance, I feel like, is a sell opportunity, especially at this point right now. It's just insane. W, Leo, bro, W today. Thank you, Adity. And Adity, lovely seeing you as per usual. Always seeing you in the MyFunded streams as well. So thanks for continuously tuning in. Yeah, guys, we do have less than a minute here on the segment. But once again, everybody, thank you all for the continued support for the stream segments and then live trading as well with NASDAQ. We took the 67-point winning trade today. So walking away very green on the day and going to spend the rest of my day now. So thank you again, everybody, for tuning in. Much love to everybody for just showcasing the support, hopping on these segments, supporting MyFunded, liking the stream, staying active on the channel. And without further ado, guys, I will see you all in the very next segment. I'll see you all next Tuesday at the same time. Much love, everybody, and I'll see you all very, very soon. Bye now, everybody. Ciao.
Good morning.
What? Dude, I didn't know you were wearing red. Maybe I need to take off my red sweater.
Get out of here with the red guy. I don't know.
Too much red going
Hold
on
on.
here,
Mine
guys.
has the proper logo on it, though. Yours does not.
May have to strip down a minute. May have to break out just my white t-shirt we got on right here. Oh, I'll put a little white in there. Maybe it's not completely blinded with all the red. So, I heard you had a few issues with the copy trader this morning. What's going on with that thing, man?
I don't know, man. Every copy trader has some issues. For some reason, it tagged me into an opposite position. And I
don't even know how that happens.
You tell me. I have no clue, but it did. I mean, maybe because it moved 30 points in 1 second. Maybe that had something to do with it.
So I also copy traded across 3 accounts this morning on the opening trade, and I didn't even see my entry. Like it was like a ghost entry.
It never came up.
Yeah, it never came up. Like it must have froze or something.
Those are the best trades.
I got my $100 on each account, but it was just stuck there. So other than that, we did take one loss on fundeds because I've been just kind of swapping through my funded accounts instead of copy trading them. And with the price action lately, we've been doing that for the specific reason, just because I prefer just to take one loss on the fundeds and maybe green on the other two. And that seems to be working better, even though I find myself trading a lot more. So we took 3 funded trades this morning. So we were 2 for 1 on the fundeds.
Nice.
And green everywhere else. We took a lot of trades this morning. It was so hard not to trade whenever we're selling off like this.
Well,
Uh-oh.
my chart just said, blink out.
Blink out. And it's like I want to get short. I actually was short a while ago, but I got short on this green candle as we were pushing down, and we had this one more red candle there to cause an order block. And I was like, man, do I want to get short again? And I didn't. So all we can do is sit here and watch it. So what I'm going to wait on and see if we can create a little bear flag here. And this way, maybe we can get short off this bear flag here. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm definitely not going to take any longs unless we get back through these order blocks up here.
Trying to see what's going on my charts here.
I thought you said you had some issues with the internet. How has everyone else been doing today? Is everybody happy to see the sell-off happen today? I know I was. It's like I've been ready for the sell-off. I'm glad that we're down, what, 700-800 points over the last few days.
All right, we're back.
I don't know what the total was.
Today,
500 points, 600 points over the last day or so. We opened yesterday around 460. Let's see, 475, 460. So definitely a nice 500-600 point sell-off, guys. So
yeah, a little small pullback, if you will.
Like I said, I've been waiting. It's like, ooh, been waiting for the sell-off because it couldn't come any sooner.
I've been waiting too. I'm about to weight myself into a long here in just a moment, potentially.
I would need to. It's like I want a long, but man, the size of these candles are just insane. It doesn't look like it, guys, but this candle, just this green candle, is already 40 points. So, I mean, to be on the wrong side of these 5-minute candles a day could be pretty devastating. So you got to make sure you enter at the right time on some kind of support and resistance because it will just wreck you.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a shot. If ES gets above 73.77 and holds, we will long and take it up into the 90 area. Potentially.
Let's see. So where's your, I guess I would need to hit the 920, pull back, then break back over the 520 range.
920, you mean?
Yeah.
Guys, we are at 243 likes. That's not enough. It's not enough.
What? No 300 love?
It's just not enough, guys. Not enough. We need more likes than that.
So have you entered yet, or are you just waiting to enter?
I just split my screen. I'm going to enter if ES closes above 77 is the idea.
All right.
And I'm going to take it to the 90 using the 1-minute chart here. So I'm going to take it on the ES.
I want to see a little pull. If we can get a little bitty pullback back into the 9 or 10, then break back above this candle here.
I'll probably have my stop below the 69 level.
I think you need a 900 retest.
So
And give a little confirmation here.
if we reject the 77 level, then that's going to be a pretty solid point to it's going to be a pretty solid point to short, you know. I mean, obviously down's been the play, right? So I'm going to go for a little bit bigger of a target. I think if I short NASDAQ, it'll be 60 ticks instead of 40, but we'll see.
There's
Back up into the 950 here on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, definitely needed that 900 retest there.
So
I'm waiting for us to kind of break back above 20 here.
we got the chart split here. ES on the left here, NASDAQ on the right. Let's see what we can accomplish. All right, I'm going to try a short here on the NASDAQ, and I am going to get ripped right away. Look at that.
We hit that 88. We would have to get through the 88s there.
Well,
woo, nasty.
Gonna get ripped right away. Oh well, the same kind of idea. Just playing off the 9 EMA there. Kind of got below the previous candle. Wasn't sure that we get the push into the 21, and we may not still. We'll see if this thing wants to get I mean, shorting very low here. I do like the longs a little bit better just because of how low we are, but you also have to be very particular with those as well. Just immediately, that's never the reaction you want when you enter a trade, unless it's going towards your target. Literally, as soon as I hit the button, it was down 10 points.
If we can break 25, I would look for like the 50 area to get hit. Because that's that order block back up there around the 80s.
It's going to hit my stop here, looks like. And then again, if ES gets above 77 on a closed candle, that will be my long trigger. So
I'm going to try long 2 back above 23. But I'm not going to give it no more than 10 points. If I feel like it's going to pull back, we'll just close. Because I'm not going to sit through drawdown. Just because we've been selling so hard that, I mean, there's no reason why we can't keep dumping.
We'll actually give this just a smidge more room here.
32 is going to be my first target.
Because I'm going to see if we reject off the 77. If we don't get above there, then this still could be a reasonable short. But if we get above there, though, I'm going to just close it. And then we'll take the long. Let's just watch the ES and see here how it does. Looks like it wants a recovery. If we do get a rejection here, we want to be ready.
So I longed off the 20, 22, 23 once we broke that previous green candle. I don't really have a profit area that I want to look for profit. And the only reason why I say that is because I still feel like we could definitely safe target would be like 50 to 60. That's when we run into our first wick. And that's a gap fill in also. And we're definitely going to bounce off probably 49.
You also got the 21 EMA there at 45. So,
okay.
Got a poll in the chat there, guys. Are you superstitious?
Oh, yeah. All the way. What did we hit, guys? All right. So we pretty much hit off that 21 EMA on the, was that the 2-minute EMA?
2-minute 21. Yep.
All right.
I'm going to be looking to get out here first opportunity I get.
Yeah, that 40s to 50s was your safe target. If you got long there above the 20. Here we could get a pullback back into the 25s or 20 area, kind of retest the top of that wick off the 5 minutes for anybody that likes to trade off wicks.
All right, now I'm long on the ES, which was kind of the original plan. Was able to get out there, effectively break even.
Was anybody on the wrong side today since we've been so bullish lately? Were you guys, do we still have, because it could have been very easy to be that way today just because we've been just bulldozing up. I was actually a little bullish when we first opened, but as soon as we pushed up and broke back on the other side of the 15 minutes, it was bears all the way. The only thing that kind of kept me grounded this morning was that dated wick sent down at 920. If we didn't have that, I probably would have been looking for longs all the way just because of what price action has been like for the last month and a half.
Well, I always come into the day bullish because, I mean, why not, right? So the idea for me was, you know, long until it's wrong. So I took a loss, I think, on a long, and then we were able to switch short. I actually I think I took one 90-point trade and one 100-point trade. So, guys, I actually got into this before it closed above. What in the world? I was supposed to wait for the close above. The 77 could be a rejection area as well.
I'm looking for 16 to 07 to reject here. 16 to 09. If we lose 04, it's probably downtown. Still a break-even trade for me. We already got 2 contracts, so we're just risking a runner. I want to break even here.
Probably should have waited for the confirmation close above, but that's okay. I mean, if it doesn't work, then we'll take it off and re-enter. Nothing wrong with doing that.
There's a 04. 04 is definitely your area that has to hold. If we lose that area, we're probably going back through the 900s again.
Guess I should have held my short.
My runner sitting at 97, just right below the whole number.
All right, that's a good reaction. Let's see if we can get a close above 77 here. We get a close above 77. If it loses, I'm fine. If it loses without a close above 77, I'm a little annoyed with myself, you know? Is Max also dressed in red? He is. He is.
Oh, yeah. He's like, go Dogs.
That's right. He's always up for a good football game. He loves to bark at the players. He loves to bark at the players.
So we added one more contract in. So instead of being in the one micro, we added 2 and see if we can grab another 10 points here.
Can we squeeze it? All right, that looks better. Let's get a close above. Close above. This should be your entry here that I didn't wait for. If it will close above. Still got 20 seconds on this candle.
Yeah, nice. All right. We got a better entry now. We got our average down to 917. So we got about a 5-point better average because we added in.
Yeah, we're long. We're long.
Oh, yeah. We're long all the way, guys. Above 28,900, long all the way.
There we go. Let's see if this can hit the first target on the ES up at 82.75. I like it. Nice clean close above. See the difference there in waiting for the actual trigger, guys? If I wait for the actual trigger, that's a no drawdown trade. At least to now for this, you know, up until this point. But not waiting for the actual trigger put me in drawdown there. So not, you know, I never claimed to be a smart man. But yeah. So let's see here. 83. Yep, that's right where I should be taking profit. And I'll drag my stop up once we hit the 83 here. Let's see if we can't get the squeeze above.
Also, guys, I wanted to tell you, sorry about closing my stream early yesterday. Or what happened is I hit the reset button. Today, I separated the 2, so I make sure I didn't do that again.
Husk was like, I'm out of here, bro.
I was like, once I did it, I was like, oh.
He's like, what was I thinking?
Yeah, because I have, like, you know, I have very little stuff open whenever I'm on this stream. I only have the 2, the thing that I joined the stream with and the actual streaming page, and they were right beside each other. And so I was hitting the refresh button because I was looking at the likes. And when I did that, it refreshed the the wrong page and it closed me out. That's what happened yesterday, right there at the last minute.
Guys, that literally hit right on my target and pulled back. It's quite rude. It's quite rude. You guys see that? It's literally touched my target and pulled back. I mean, come on, ES. How are you going to do me like that? Let's be sweet, ES.
Yeah, it's at a spot now. It's like I don't even know where we could go right now. We're kind of in that little no man's zone. It's like who's going to win? Is the Bears going to stay in controls, or the Bulls are going to pull us back up?
The Bulls want to take a little bit of a stand here. They want to skip it. They want to rip it back up to 29K over here on the NASDAQ, and they want to take the ES back up to 7,400. That's what they want to do. A little lunchtime reversal, maybe. So, and that is so rude there, guys. It literally, the high of that candle is my target, 62.75 or 82.75. That's crazy. So annoying. Yeah, it makes me want to just take it off, Eric. I'm like, oh, should have just took it off. But it's fine. It'll get back up there. And this next time it'll blast through there.
Where's your entry at here?
77.75. 377.75. We're on the ES. You still long your runner over there or no?
Yeah, I'm still long in the runner. I'll be risking probably about what, 50% of it, because I think I ended up going total at 4 contracts. We sold off 3 and we still got 1 left over as the runner. And so what that'll do is that'll take the profit from the first 2 entries. So that's why we were trying to add when it pushed back up.
I mean, if this does pull back down, I could add here as well. If it pulls back to 77, I will add 5 more micros, and we'll take the add off at 5 points there. Obviously, I prefer it just to go, but if it wants to pull back, we will gladly add. Probably be risking about $350 there if it loses.
I got mine stop loss sitting at 97. So if I feel like if we start losing the 900s again, we could get a nice little sell off again.
You guys are getting a little bit of a rarity today. You're seeing the rare ES trade. The rare ES trade from Methodical Man. You know, sometimes you just go with what you go with.
Yeah, the O2 is probably going to be the line in the sand here.
So I'm going to sit that limit order down there at 77. If it comes back and adds me, it's all good. If it doesn't, it's all good too. Guys, get ready for the forms in the chat. Get your fingers ready. Let's go.
Nice.
They're coming, I promise.
Good luck to all our future winners. Hopefully you're able to get those to over the threshold. That would be awesome.
Your ears are perked. Get in quick. Get out quick. Tested my entry there. Did not hit the tag. It did not hit the ad. If it does add, I will get out on the 5, the same spot, 82.75.
Come on. I like that this candle can't push below this previous candle. I want to see this thing break back out the top.
Yeah, ES takes a little more patience to hold, you know, because it does things like that where it actually hits the target and it doesn't feel you. It's rude. You know, we are into the macro here. So if we are going to get a little bit of a push up, now's the time for it to happen.
What time is it here?
11:50.
All right.
11:50. If it's going to squeeze, now's the time to squeeze. Let's go. Scout Trade says, drop it lower. No, bro, I'm in long. I'm in long here.
Yeah, I'm long too. My entry is 917 at the moment. My stop is sitting at 97.
I mean, it does look like a bear flag on the 5 minute. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Tagged into the ad here.
All right. Last entry got hit there, so I'm no longer in the trade.
Let me adjust my stop here.
Hopefully at we got about 10 minutes, top of the hour. So hopefully we'll get a nice move here at the top of the hour.
That's not the reaction I was, I was going for. Not the reaction.
You're on a short, Scout. Nice.
Oh, I hear Huss dogs over there.
Yeah, that's a Piper outside barking. She doesn't bark. She yells when she, it's almost like a howl. It's kind of funny.
She said, someone is here.
No, we live next to a street, and so they see people probably walking down the street or walking their dogs or something. That's usually the case there.
Oh, we got the winners in the chat. Let me take a look.
Nice.
Cheese Trades, Joe Peer, Peer Pressure Media, Goot Futures, B Rich, Karen Deep Sing. Are you guys here? Congratulations.
Yeah, the only thing that sucked today was me taking another loss on the funded accounts, pushing me back a little bit farther on the to get to my next payout. So instead of needing like 700 to 800, I'm back down to the 1,000. But the biggest difference between now than when I started trading, trying to work on my first payout, is I would have been like, screw it. Let me put on about 10, put on about 4 or 5 minis, try to get that back. That's probably one of the biggest things I got to say whenever I started trading is that first year or two, you would see people saying, look at this strategy, look at this strategy, look at this strategy. All those strategies worked. But the one thing that no one really ever taught me, besides one thing I got from Methodical Man, which we can share here in a minute, was, he overspent a little bit when he first started trading, and he's talked about that a little bit. And that was one of the things when I started trading is I can be kind of cheap. So I always try to not to under trade. So I think it took me almost 2 years to get my first payouts. And I probably even could have got some payouts a little bit sooner, but it seemed like I was always running into some hiccups. Either something was happening with the prop firm I was using, or I was constantly breaking rules on multiple possible payouts. Like I wouldn't just break the rule and wouldn't be aware that I broke the rule until you request a payout. The one thing that probably would have helped me a good point that I didn't do in the beginning is with like some of the programs that MyFundedFutures offers, which is like that builder program that they offer for beginner trader, is probably the end of the day daily drawdown. I feel like if I'd had that in the beginning, I probably would have blew a lot less accounts, because that was always my biggest issue is there's really not a lot of people in our trading community that really teaches you to put your accounts out there. You take that loss. And that is one thing that I probably brag about more than anything. I don't even care to brag about, oh, look at my big winner, or look how much money that I could possibly make from this. It's almost like, yep, I took a loss and I don't take another.
Yeah, it feels good when you take a loss and you walk away, right?
That has probably been the hardest thing, working up to my first payout, getting that first payout. And it seems like once I finally got to that payout, because I can't tell you how many times either I broke the rule and I got denied for my payout, or I've been within like $300 or $400 and I end up tilting, and you know how devastating that is. And you're like $400 away from a payout and you had to make $3,600 and you lose it all within like 1 trade, 2 trades, because you decide to throw some minis on there.
Yeah.
That has probably been my most difficult challenge, working up to payouts. So that's one thing that, MyFundedFutures is trying to help you guys out with the builder plan is if you lose $1,000, it pretty much cuts you off. So that is probably one of my favorite thing about the builder programs. If you struggle with, can't stop yourself from trading, because that, to me, that is the biggest challenge, is to stop yourself from trading, working your way up to your first payout, or even if you've gotten payouts. And that's something that, that maybe a lot of people even online don't really say is, how many accounts that they go through before they get to payout. And I know that's one thing that Methodical Man has probably been the best at, that I've seen out of anybody online. He's always been about, hey, I blew account today. It didn't work. So he's always been really good about that. but you don't really see that a lot online.
Well, what you see is the glorification of
Yeah.
people making, say, $15,000-$20,000, but they're not telling you what they're spending, you know,
Right.
to make that kind of money sometimes. You know, you got to keep it within reason, right? If your expenses are outweighing your kind of payouts there, then it doesn't really make sense, even at a very large number. So,
and even going back to my early journey, I did try the cash account. So like anytime I get new people coming into my stream, I never recommend a cash account. Why would you want to put up your $1,000 or your $2,000 to lose all that in a few trades? And on top of that, you got to pay for data. So anytime someone asks me about what should I do with my cash account, I'm like, dude, go try a prop firm. You know, even if you just go buy one account and just have that sim account to practice on, you get your data for free. And then when you get working on a setup, go back to your eval. And see, that was a lot of stuff I didn't do in the beginning in my journey, is a lot of that stuff. I wish I'd have started off, and I knew with evals because Methodical's the man's the one who got me into trading. I just happened to be at his house 2.5-3 years ago. He's like, Husk, or, you know, he would actually say my name, but hey, take a look at this. And then he would tell me how much he's spending. And I'm like, that's so much. I'm so cheap. But eventually I kind of just searched around and found something that fit my budget a little bit better. And that's another thing when starting out trading in your early journey, is to try to keep it as little as possible when you're starting out, because that's usually how really most traders end up failing, because they'll end up spending so much money and they're just looking, it's like, man, I just dropped $3,000 this year with no return from it. And actually that's even fairly low if you go and ask like Pine Tree or go ask Methodical. And I only say those two because I know those two usually openly talk about it on their streams in the past, how much money they have spent when it comes to cash accounts and their evals accounts. And, you know, that's one thing Methodical Man used to talk about Husk. He used to do it more like probably the average Joe, where I try to not to spend a lot in the beginning, because I know spending a lot was going to discourage me from not continuing the journey in the trading. It actually takes a while, because most people get caught up in, oh, I need to make all this money now so I can maybe not work as much, or maybe I can do this for a living. But at the end of the day, that is super tough. Like, for me, even making money trading, I still work part-time on the side. I still have, I guess you can say, multiple businesses. I get rental property business. Also, me and my wife have a salon business. So, you know, when it comes down to just making strictly your money off of trading, the psychology of it is insane. And that's the hardest part to conquer for me to getting to that level, was the psychology part of it. But just wanted to share a little bit about my adventures with trading. And I got to say, I think, like I was saying with the builder program, the biggest thing that would help me from the builder program would have been your daily drawdown. And another thing that I didn't bring up was so right now, like the one prop firm that I'll trade with sometimes, where I've gotten payouts, even after I get to the payout threshold, I take the payout, I have to trade another 10 days. And to me, that's hard. That's 10 days of possibly blowing up your account. With the builder program, you know, I'm not saying you can get to, you know, try to get the payout in 2 days after you get the funded account, because that's kind of risky. But I would build it up to the payout session, and then you can look at it as, if I continue making money, I can take payout 2 days. That's how I would do the builder program. And once I reach that payout threshold, I would take my time getting to the payout. And then after that, look at those every 2 days of crossing that threshold.
Well, that was kind of dirty of the ES there. One tick me. Well, didn't even one tick me. I mean, it hit my target. Didn't feel me on the 3 micros. I had on the pullback, and then it just stops me out there. So tough trade there. Not much I can do about that. It did go level to level. I mean, one tick off the next level there, which would have been 83. So yeah, we took the trade how we managed to trade how we could. And I'll take it again if it gets back above 77, because I do like that level.
Yeah, I missed the bear flag on that. You said
Bear flag was kind of playing out there. I mean, I saw it, but you know, since NASDAQ was kind of at the low there pretty quickly, I thought that we may get an SMT, which it looks like that might be what we get. And then it may just have, I mean, I probably should have to stop at the low, but I didn't want to risk another $200. So had I not added, I think I could have put the stop at the low and it would probably been okay. So, but it is what it is. Nothing we can do about that.
Full fib on this.
So we do have an SMT at the low here. Obviously, you guys can see NASDAQ did take the low. ES did not. So that's kind of dirty. Man, I had my stop at 67 and the low here is 66.25. And now it's just ripping right back up. But again, I'll take it again. If it offers the opportunity, we will take it again. Why not?
Another thing that I do on my stream whenever I'm trading between evals and fundeds, I always try to let everybody know that's watching between the two, because I do trade my evals a little bit different between the fundeds. If I say I'm on fundeds, that means I'm always looking for the very best entry. But with evals, that's when, like, you know, you watching me in methodical trading, we'll take a lot more like the support and resistant bounces or the previous day close bounce, or just little bitty trades that we've taken out throughout the year. Revenge trading coming. What's up, Bear? You got a revenge trade coming? No revenge trading.
No, we'll take it. I mean, if it triggers again, we'll take it again. I mean, like it worked. It just, I don't know, for whatever reason, it didn't take me out up there. It's all right. If it doesn't work twice, then we'll probably stop. But we'll see.
So are you going short or long? Or are you taking the breakout back above 900?
No, I was in long. I just got stopped out though by 3 ticks on the ES, and now it's going to rip back up 7 more points off my stop out. So quite rude.
Also, guys, if you're just joining us, we're about 35 likes away from 300. If you wouldn't mind hitting the like button, helping us reach that goal. Usually that's a goal me and Methodical try to reach every day during our stream. It's the 300 likes.
All right, now we're gonna see if we get tagged in here again. I'm putting this a little above. So if you're unfamiliar kind of with this setup, the second push through, you don't need the close above. You just need to push through the level. So that's why I'll take it this time. We'll see if we can get a win. Sad thing is, I don't know that this play will even get us back the money that we lost there, but we'll see.
Are you longing again?
Yeah, I'm long again.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this almost even looks like another 3 candle 5-minute breakout here. I was just trying to wait for a new 5-minute candle.
Maybe we can get a good runner going here on this next one if it does play out. We'll see.
And see, all my trades are taken off the 5 minutes. So that's something that always helps me out. If I wait, you know, almost all my losses always coming from jumping in and not waiting for my 5-minute candles to print. So I always try to wait for a new 5-minute candle to print, and I wait to see a wick. That way I can kind of get an idea about where my stop loss needs to be.
Huss shaved because he needed to add a new picture to his dating profile.
Yeah.
And he wanted to show the baby face.
He's gonna put me on whatever those sites are called.
Yeah, we got to get him on there. Just get in there. Why not?
Unfortunately, all that stuff was probably all that stuff came about after I've been with my current wife since 2003. So
did you hear what he said there, guys? Do you hear that? Current wife.
Yeah.
Don't let her hear you say that.
Current?
Current means that you plan on having another.
Oh. Well, I don't know.
You're supposed to just say wife.
Okay, wife. No. We're one and done.
Everybody in the chat heard that. They knew exactly what I was talking about. See?
I guess I didn't picture it that way.
Husk over there shoving foot straight in mouth. So, all right. Well, this trade's not looking good a second time either, huh?
No, that's what we're waiting to see what happens with this 5-minute candle.
Let's see if we get the push or not. It's being rude to me.
The candles that usually leave me behind are the ones that are flat on the bottom without some kind of wick.
Well, we're back to the 890s over here on the NQ. So kind of expect a bit of resistance here. Again, we got a bullish SMT here. But the problem is we'd be risking $700 if we put the stop down here, which is technically where it needs to go. I could maybe pick a little higher here, like up in here on that one. We'll see. We'll see.
Phone's heating up. Now, I do like this for a move up. This is kind of like one of my favorite kind of like 5-minute setups. Let's just say this candle sits here and consolidates for the next few minutes where we got these small wicks, small body. A lot of times this next candle that breaks above it, you'll get that like nice Hulk smash candle to the top side.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's kind of flipping in green now. So let's see if it gets enough energy to squeeze here. You're long 860. Where do you put your stop? I'll be honest with you. I would not be long the NQ right now because it's the weaker pair. So that's, So I don't know. I don't know where you put your stop. I don't know. Not sure.
Unfortunately, your stop loss would have to be down at 800s if you're on the 5-minute chart, because that's the bottom of that swing. And that's a pretty massive, depending on what kind of, how heavy if you're in a trade, if it's a mini or micros. Today is one of these days that you will get your face ripped off on minis if you're trading 25Ks and 50Ks. My favorite to trade is always 25Ks, I guess, because I like to trade on micros, and I feel like I don't have to have such a big target to reach for. But you have to stay pretty consistent with the 2 to 3 micros. Even 3 micros, 4 micros is even pushing it for a 25K. And like Methodical, his favorite has been always the 50Ks in the past.
Well, I did go through a stretch where I like the 25Ks a lot too. I still trade the 25Ks. I do think your 25K accounts are the easier accounts to kind of, well, there was a time where I thought they were a little bit easier to pass and get to funded and things like that, but I'm not so sure now.
Yeah, use the 25Ks, make small profits to use for a little confidence builder. Try to get that first small payout. That's why when, I've never, even got the one thing about building up your prop firm account to where there's a large amount of money in it. To me, my way of thinking, as soon as you get that thing to the payout threshold, take you a little bit of the pie, pay yourself back. Always try to pay yourself, then maybe try to build it up to make more money.
Yeah, you definitely want to pay yourself.
Yeah.
Pay yourself the money. Yeah, I don't care if it's $75. I'm taking the money. $50. I don't care. I'm taking the money. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm going to pay myself if I can. Well, guys, just trade with the trend. The trend's your friend. It's so easy. Maybe that's what I should be doing, huh?
The trend is down all the way, man.
So we're trying to pick the bottom here, Husk. I'm trying to pick somebody's bottom, but it's not working so far. It's not working. I'm doing my best, guys. I'm doing my best.
We're going for the $1,000 sell-off down to $28,400. So I want to see like another 400 or 500 point sell-off by the evening. That way tomorrow we can ride that train back up to the top. Or either that over the next few weeks, just a constant 200 and 300 point moves on the way back up. So the last big sell-off, because I actually went back and found the last big sell-off, which was back in November. November was our last big sell-off of like 1,000 to 2,000 points. So it's been a minute.
And a little bit of time.
And so you got to think we've been on a 6-month bull run pretty much, just straight to the moon for 6 months.
Listen, we've been on a bull run for years. There's been a couple of little, micro adjustments, 1,000 here, 1,000 there, but that stuff's bought right back up.
Oh yeah.
At the end of the day. So
yeah, I always find it funny. The people get all riled up, like whenever the market crashes, like overnight, like 1,000 points, they're over there, like, spewing all this bad stuff about it. Look at it go down. We're going to zero. Then literally 12 hours later, we're back at all-time highs.
Just keep ripping.
I can't tell you how many times I would see that over and over anytime we had big pullbacks. I'm over there like licking my lips like, oh yeah. I'm all excited about the pullback because I know the run back up is going to be pretty good.
Guys, remember we got 40% off the builder account still going on. Code YouTube. If you want to pick those up. Also, the pro account promos, 50% off for existing or for new users, 30% off for existing. Code YouTube there as well. Let's go. Guys, we need 22 more likes to get to 300. If you've not hit the like button, if you want to be our friend, hit the like button. That's probably why these trades aren't winning, is because we haven't gotten to 300 likes yet. That is a requirement for winning trades. 300 likes.
See, I'm kind of liking the long here. If this can create a little order block with the big green candle underneath it.
Yeah, nothing so far is like showing any strength here. So it's not willing to go just yet. It is a little bit of kind of a bottoming action. You might look back on this later on today and be like, oh, okay, that was a great spot. Or you might look back and be like, Methodical Man was an idiot. What was he thinking? So it could be the latter. I don't know. You never know. It will be one or the other, though. It's 50-50 always. You enter a trade, it's 50-50. It doesn't matter if your win rate's 90%. It's 50-50. It's kind of how it goes. It's how it goes. Stoic said, sorry, chat. Oh, goodness. We saw your message, Stoic. We saw it.
I'm liking the break here. Maybe break back above 300. Might risk 10 points.
900. Let's roll. Husk, nines look like threes. I got to help him out. Got to give him a little hand there. Got to hold his hand. You longing it or what?
Yeah, for 10 points.
Nice.
Then, well, we haven't hit the first target yet.
Coming up on it, though. You're about to squeeze through it.
We're long from 04, 03. I kind of don't want it back below this little order block that we put in right here. So 93 is kind of my line in the sand. This pulls back.
Hey, I'm finally getting a little green on my trade over here too. Why not?
All right, so we're down to the runner, and I'm looking, like I said, we're long from 904, and I'm looking for 93 to kind of be where my stop loss is going to be at. So we had this big bullish candle, nice little red candle, then another big, nice bullish green candle, which kind of creates a little order block there.
Coach Fred, 2 cents away from passing an eval. How hard can it be? Coach Fred, do you remember me being 40 cents away from a payout at one point last week? You remember me being 40 cents away?
Dude, those are always the hardest to make, is when you're like less than $100 away from either a payout or an eval pass.
I was 40 cents away from a payout, and I lost $60 on the next trade.
All right, so here comes the pullback. Like I said, you need the 90s to hold here.
Luckily, we did end up hitting the payout like a couple trades later, but that was frustrating. That was frustrating. I needed like 3 ticks. Couldn't even get it. Couldn't even get the 3 ticks. Rude.
20 points is probably my max, because what is it? That'll be a break-even trade at 83.
Khan is requesting a payout on MyFundedFutures Rapid today. Let's go.
Nice. Share it on the X.
Mind the Dave, you were in the payout amount but wanted to max it. Oof. Yeah, take the money, brother. Take the money. When you know the market will drop, you just wear a red shirt. Uh-oh. Then why am I taking a long, Eric? $50 for payout and smashing gone 4 minis. You ended up in a massive drawdown, but eventually passed. That's crazy. It's crazy. I was 40 cents away. I literally needed 3 ticks, 2 or 3 ticks with a micro. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. So,
well, it looks like we're gonna have to close this runner out.
Back below the 90s there.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure this order block's not going to hold. Kind of around that 75 to 80 range. That's kind of my line in the sand.
Yeah, tough to know here. Tricky spot. Again, this could be kind of low a day. This could just rip. It could go right back up here after the stream ends, of course, not while we're on it. Because that's always the case, right? Stream ends and then it goes. So
push.
Danny, you need a rapid account? Let's get in there, Danny. Let's get in there.
So I was looking at Terry's X page this morning. That little dance she was putting on there, is that the dance she wants Tom Sabo to do?
No, I think she was talking about Husk doing that one on the beach.
Oh, okay.
In his G-string.
Little beach dancing.
Little beach action. Why not? That just looked like the Running Man. I'm not sure.
That looked like the Oh, goodness.
A little Running Man action.
This is the only downfall about trying to, time the bottom and going against trend, guys.
Listen, it's very difficult to do.
Yep.
Most of the time you lose money doing it. Example, me. Didn't put the stop where it needed to be in the first trade. Lost $600. Now I'm in the second trade. Stops where it needs to be. If it loses again, it's going to double the loss, number one. Number two, even if this trade wins, I'm probably barely going to make back the loss I had in the first trade. So, and that's typically how that turns out, right? So, it just depends.
Man, we still got 1 minute, 30 seconds left on this 5-minute candle. Ugh. I'm trying to hold it as long as I can, but if it loses to 75, I just going to have to close because this can go all the way back down.
I just got my stop where it needs to be, and we're just riding. We're just hodling. We're hodling. It's either going to work or it's not. And we'll see what happens. I should have just put the stop where it needed to be to begin with. I don't know why I didn't. I just kind of thought if we lost that next level at 69, that it'd probably make a new low. And we were wrong.
I did not know if this was going to be kind of like a range style play where we push to the bottom down here at the bottom of this candle to pop back up.
Definitely feel like we're in a range. We shall see. We shall see. It's not really moving right now. ATR steady dropping. We're still at 30 points on the ATR on the 2-minute for NASDAQ, but it is coming down. It was about 42, 43 most of the morning.
Yeah, I'm trying to hold one more candle here because we're just in 2 micros. And this candle did not make a new low, so I'm hoping this next 5-minute candle will push back up here. Let me put my finger on. It broke it.
Yeah, difficult to know here. I mean, obviously, you tend to lean towards the trend. The trend's definitely down for now, but we'll just see. I think if the NASDAQ can break above the 940s here, that'd be a great sign, but need ES to get above 73.83.
Push.
I think get above 83, probably squeeze into that 90 pretty quickly there. Let's see if I can move my target up a little bit here. Maybe like 87. I actually think I can go for a full 10 points there. If we could get that, if we could get these 2 targets here, we'd be in the green for the day. I don't think it's unreasonable.
I added one more. I got my average down to 91 here, so See if we can get one more push back up to the top of this swing. That's why we were trying to hold on to this trade just in case.
I mean, so far the 77's really kind of offering a lot of resistance here. It's not really, you got that one pop into the 82.75, but it kind of looks like it's just going to reject.
We had to get out of ours. It was just too much to risk. Pretty much just risked our profits from earlier.
Yeah, I'm just going to hold this. If it hits the stop loss, it hits it.
So that would put us at about $60 in the red.
I'm currently in the red, $614 on this account. Thanks to Husk. He told me, he's like, hey man,
No.
Take that long right there. What's wrong with you? So if this trade loses, I think we'll be in the red, probably $1,250, $1,300 on the account for the day. But if this trade hits, we'll be in the green and we'll be living la vida loca, or whatever the saying is. Real James Bond, I am on DXV currently. Everything's running smoothly. It did disconnect a few minutes ago, but it came right back up.
Chip, whenever I used to do that back in the day, I would probably take a day or two and just trade on my sim account. Or either that or just go to one trade a day until you kind of get that confidence built back up.
Yeah. Very good advice from Husk. Or you could just buy more and keep going. The thing is like
trying to help the mindset there.
Well, the mindset was the thing you got to understand is like, if you do wait a day, it's a great idea. But if you do pass one, it's going to feel really good that day too. Hey, you never know. So typically if I blow an eval, it's probably because I'm being stupid. Kind of like, I don't want to say this trade's stupid. It's a trade that makes sense to me, but you know, like the first opportunity there, not putting the stop where it should have been. That was the dumb part. So as long as I know that it's not just a day where I'm not seeing it well, you know,
the eval feelings, I got past those pretty quickly. To me, it was always getting a new funded account on a Friday and doing something stupid and blowing it. Then you got to spend all weekend to think about it. So there was, you can ask Methodical, there was many months I wouldn't even trade on Friday just because I was like, man, I don't want that feeling again. And so I would not trade on Friday. It took me, I don't know, I'll say about 3 or 4 months of just not trading on Fridays till I started trading on Fridays again.
You'll still do that sometimes. Sometimes I'll talk to him in the morning. He'll say, I'm up 400 on the week. I'm only gonna risk 200 a day, you know, whatever.
Or I'll downsize on Friday. So if I had a good week of trading like Monday through Thursday, I mean, you don't want to risk all your hard work throughout the week. So then what I would do is half size down for Friday. So if I've been trading 3 and 4 micros all week, I would just trade 2. Dude, are we just downtown?
It looks like that's where it's headed. Potentially.
Downtown.
Why is my ninja chart's not moving? That's weird. I just looked over and ninja's not moving for some reason. I don't know why. It really just depends on your, it depends on your situation too, as far as monetarily goes. Like if you can afford to, you know, blow a couple evals and it be no big deal, then it's probably okay to buy a new one. But if money's really tight, and you blow an eval, it's probably best to wait a day or, you know, wait till the next day or so to kind of come back. Maybe give yourself a limit, 1 eval per day. Because listen, when I first started, I just threw money at it. I'm going to be honest with you. And that doesn't work.
So I learned my lessons from Methodical Man. From him throwing money at it.
There's no reason to throw money at it. It does not work. Impatient Trades, the pre-orb is still working. It banged this morning. Let's go. It hit really hard this morning. Let me show you guys the pre-orb right quick. Right up here, you guys know it's the 2 purple lines right here. 2 purple lines. So it broke out. It opened up inside the range here, and it broke out immediately. 61 points there. The range was 32. So there you go. Just hit right away. And then obviously pushed back up, and then once it went back through it. But I took it this morning. I've adjusted how I'm taking it. I'm only taking it for 10 points with a little larger size. So, but yeah, it worked nice today. I kind of got entered into an opposite position on some of my evals, but that's just because it moved so fast, you know, and the copy traders couldn't necessarily handle it. But that's okay. It's not a knock on the copy trader. It's just that happens when you're trading high volatility with using a copy trader. It's not going to work perfect. It's just kind of how it goes. You have to expect that. So, impatient. No, I didn't see what you said. But yeah, this trade's not looking that great. We are still holding kind of an upwards trend line here on the 1 minute chart on the ES. But, you know, I don't have great feelings of expansion to the upside when it comes to this trade. So it might end up losing. It might not. Who knows? I'm using Replicanto Simple Trader. But again, it's not a knock on the copy trader because every copy trader has issues. It doesn't matter if you use Replicanto, Quantower copy trader, Tradeovate copy trader. They're all going to have issues here and there. It's just how it is. There is no perfect copy trader, especially in high volatility.
Yeah, and if you put a lot of accounts on there.
Yeah, and I think this morning I probably had 15 accounts linked, something like that. And for the most part, they got profit. The maybe half of them didn't. 6 or 7.
I usually just do 3 about max for me. I don't usually do a lot of copy trading, especially on funded. I've actually gotten away from the funded copy trading lately. And mainly just do evals on that opening trade.
Love my wife. So how it works is I'm gonna explain it to you very quickly. So in a trailing drawdown account, if you go up $250 and you move your stop to break even and you do not take any profit and it comes back and it stops you out break even, you lose $250 in your drawdown. You don't lose $250 on your P&L. So let's say you had 1,000 in drawdown. Now you have 750. Well, if your next trade you make $250, you now are back to $1,000 in drawdown. Okay. So that's how it works. The easiest way to combat the trailing drawdown is to take profit level to level. So at 10 points, scale half position, move stop to break even. At 15 points, take another half off. 20 points, maybe that's your final target. The key to the trailing drawdown is to not target huge wins because that's where it's going to kill you. You want to just take profit incrementally until you get above the buffer and then it becomes static. And then you can go for the larger wins. But short profits, 10 points, 15 points, 20 points, lock something in, take something off. Don't let it run up huge amount of points without locking some sort of profit in. That's the way that you work around the intraday trailing. Very simple thing. So that's what I do. So if I'm on an intraday trailing account, I probably am only targeting 10 points, no matter the size. No matter if I'm trading 1 micro or 10, I'm going to take 10 points and be happy with that. So looks like this trade's not going to get stopped out during our segment, but it might after. You guys see where my stop is. So push the market up for me if you could.
I know this thing's just slowly grinding down.
We do got Matt coming up here in a moment. Let's see if he's ready yet or not.
We'll make sure we're not wearing the double red up tomorrow, guys.
And if you guys haven't already hit the like button for us, subscribe. If you're not yet subscribed, and Matt is ready. So we do appreciate you guys watching. And we'll see you next time.
Thank you, guys. Have a great evening.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the bite. Welcome, rocket scooter. Burning trails where you're.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Good to see you all here. How's it going? How is it going? Good to see you all here in chat. Hello, friends. Hello, friends. Let's send the rocks and love in chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right. Big old sell-off day today. We haven't seen one of these in a while. The market's falling all the way down to my strong pivots, and I'm super excited to finally see a dip I can play on, right? Didn't do much today other than wait for the market to fall, find some pivots to trade off of. The opening move, I took the long from here to here, closed out, just waited. We've fallen straight down to DD band, hedge pressures, everything's all here at the same spot. This is a good place to play from. I've kind of stopped out of all my longs though, so I'm just chilling. I took the play here. It's been jolting around and now we're breaking through it, so I'm kind of down. I've been considering still maybe taking a long, but I have not. I have no very little confluence on this, so I'm just going to kind of like sit out on this one. Hello. Yep. Pretty big soft day. We kind of waited a little bit. The market's been crazy off of CPI today. So CPI was up. Of course, CPI is up. We haven't seen like a big red day across this entire rally. So this is like the first one we have, which is good. Let me see this one right here. Like I said, I feel like maybe, I feel like maybe, right? There's something to this. I know it's just me, but what do y'all think? Is this the opportunity? What do we think? Oops. Hold on. This one here. Line that up with the screen here. Are we dead? Is market finally dead? Is this the big bear day? Is this the circuit breaker day? Is the big sell-off day? S&P DD band pivots always a really strong pivot. The fact that we've been hovering here though is not the strongest signal. We've fallen 80 points off of the support on NASDAQ. Not that good either. Volatility is high but collapsing, which is okay. But I've been waiting for like just a play like this for a while to like get in on and do something, you know. So we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. Okay, let's cover some of the details of today's price movement. And let's cover what happened to CPI. So CPI was this morning and PPI is tomorrow, right? Be careful. Numbers are here. Let me put this up here. Something's missing. Oh, here it is. Oh, here it is. Okay. So CPI year over year, this is the straight up regular CPI number, came in at a 3.8 on 3.7 forecast against a 3.3 last time. Inflation is going up. This is everything to do with the environment that we're in. The inflation going up has to do with the tariffs and everything, right? Starting to like build up. After some time, once they were, you know, it takes some time for tariffs to finally hit the consumer side of things. And now a year later, we're finally seeing the price raises here. You see the tariffs have gone up right here. Everybody see that? Oh, this needs to be refreshed. That's the old one. That's why. Okay. Core. There it is. That's what I was looking for. And core is actually going up as well, just slightly, 2.8 on a 2.7 forecast. Excluding food and energy is what core actually means. So the main difference between the two is that, you know, what is the source of that inflation? Let me not cover the charts here. Y'all can watch that too. The main source of the inflation. A lot of right now's bigger CPI growth has to do with food and energy, right? That's what the core versus the non-core do. So core being all things, or sorry, non-core being all things, core being just excluding food and energy. It's going up a little bit. So I'm confusing myself here. Going up a little bit, but not as much as the food and energy portion of inflation. So that we can see that while tariffs are having a small bit of effect on... Hold on, I think my browser just crashed. Hang tight, guys. I need to reopen this. Hold on. It's like looking at this. While tariff inflation, so like core is basically discretionary spending, like things you want to buy rather than things you have to buy. That's a big part of it. And I think my chat is literally dead right now. I can't see anything. Hold on. YouTube. See if it loads up. And so the bigger part of what's causing inflation is energy prices, the oil, right? The last 3 months, oil has gone up a tremendous amount due to the situation in the Middle East, and oil going from what was $60 to now $100. You're going to start seeing that that's going to bake its way into prices, right? Especially energy prices, right? Being a big part of CPI, and that's obviously here. So when the Iran situation goes away and things are better, this might come down a little bit, but it's still sort of trending up, tariff stuff. And tariff things are sort of, I would say, temporary. Am I frozen? Am I better? Am I better? Okay, cool. Yeah, tariffs are implemented one time, you pay for the tax every time. And eventually that the market is going, right, and the market's going to adjust, right? It's a one-time thing for the tariffs to be implemented, and then the market adjusts around it. It's not a permanent price hike everywhere. People work around it. They create new relationships. They get different vendors. They become more efficient, so they can lower the prices. So the price changes usually after the first impact. Doesn't normally get worse, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So we should see what happens there. But PPI is tomorrow, so that's on the producer side of things. From the perspective of manufacturing, the seller side. So consumers from the consumer side, now you can see where the majority of the prices are. If the PPI starts going up, then the selling price goes up at the factories. So you kind of see that, they're baking in higher prices of tariffs and everything. So that's what we're dealing with. The market has fallen through, which is what key support pivots we were expecting to hold, and we just sort of inched our way lower with no bounce. I was hoping to see a liquidity pocket MHP bounce, and it's not really happening. But my hope is still there that the market does still hang on to what we've been seeing, that this isn't the big bear day, that every bear gets their big play on it, but we'll see. Audio is clear. Okay. Didn't make any trades last night. Didn't really do much. I didn't do much at all, period. Market sold off to here. Did this. Idak and I went hung out with a friend of mine. And we were chilling at his place, talking about his new real estate project he's working on. And I don't know if you guys ever come to my stream and hear my stories about my friends. I always tell you guys I have a buddy, and I've showed this on my stream. I have a friend that has a tank. As one of his cars is a tank. Let me see if I got a picture of it somewhere. So my friend has this car collection, and one of his cars is a tank, literally parked in his driveway. So when I saw my buddy with the tank, there's actually, I want to give you guys a picture of it because I always talk about it, but I never tell you. One of the coolest things about my buddy's house he just built is he's got a Batmobile, right? It's a real functioning Batmobile. He takes to events all the time, but he's got this tube elevator that just lowers him down into his bat cave. Let me tell you the coolest thing. Literally an elevator that you just get in a tube and the platform just lowers you straight down into your bat cave. That's pretty sick. So I always talk about it to I tell my stories. I talk about my friends and all the cool stuff they do. And that's one of the coolest things I've seen in somebody's car collection is a Batmobile. So looks like market's selling off. Market's dying today. Maybe S&P could hold this DD band, but I don't know. He's looking pretty crazy. Nasdaq hit 215, which NVIDIA hit 215, which was an MHP support, which I do like the fact that it was trying to support there. And other than that, everything else is kind of still selling. VIX is coming down a little bit, which means that at any point for the rest of the day, we could just get some kind of like, retrace pop. I don't know. If the market's done being bullish today, then it's done being bullish today. And that's the way things go. And we shall see. Was CPI finally the tipping point to ruin everybody's euphoria? Who knows, right? But Nasdaq just kind of dumping pretty hard. Those cars have button suppress. Oh yeah, a ton of them. And and so the Batmobile is kind of funny because you know how the normal Batmobile has like a jet engine on the back that like shoots flames out of it. But because people like to crowd around the car and take pictures, he clearly couldn't have like a jet engine that fires flames out the back of it. So he has like these red LED lights that look like flames are coming out the back. It's kind of cool. Some more news about Iran. Oh man. So right now, Nasdaq is finding lower lows and lower lows and lower lows, and S&P is still bouncing at the pivot that we'd like to see it bounce off of. Don't think we're going to get the rally today anymore. If we do lose this band, 73.45 is the next lower level to bounce off of. I wouldn't be taking any risk on it. It's just it's now or never. If there was anything here, it looks like never the case. So I'm just chilling flat now. CPI was not that bad. Now, CPI is not that bad. Just the market just needs a catalyst or needs an event to be pissed off about. You know what I mean? That's really the thing. The market just likes to look at any reason it can to like be pissed off. Yeah. I don't want to do this one. You guys think we hold here or what? You think it's a day of doom? What do you think? Is it doom day today? Doom day today. I don't think we hold, but there's some bone in my body that's telling me that this was the exhaustion point, and then we're just somehow going to work our way back higher. I don't know. Normally days like this, if you don't get that pivot on that lower band, then it's just the market's dead for the day, and you just kind of take it easy from there. So we shall see. TD game thrown into the sun today. Oh, 100%. I've been waiting for so long to get a pivot like off of down in here, to get this bounce has been something I've been waiting for a while. A day where we finally can like retrace to some level that's worth trading on. We had an irrational move as we bounced on MHP and then finally broke through it and then fell down to intraday MHP where all the pivots are all lined up here. And I was super excited to kind of like finally see a place, and it held for about an hour and then it just kind of died out. I think it like S&P losing its key levels here today. This is the day where half of your social media friends are going to be like, see, I told you, and they're finally bearish one day, and this is the day they nailed it. It's a pretty steep 4-hour candle. So I'm really very curious to see how the day finishes out here, because we have not seen a sell-off day like this. in a hot minute. All right. If we reclaim the pocket here, I'll be willing to take a long off of that on NASDAQ. All right, all right, all right. Melt away day to day. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel, guys. That's correct. That's correct. Big, nasty, gnarly NASDAQ sell-off. S&P not doing any better. So the confluences that we have today, for the most part, everything went negative pretty bad. So pretty much almost all these now have flipped to resistance. On the monthly map itself, if you go here, you'll see that NASDAQ has actually thrown itself into monthly map bear territory, which could be pretty bad, all things being considered, for the next couple of days. This doesn't stabilize out. Now, way to read monthly maps, look at these yellow lines everywhere. The way to read monthly maps is whenever you close, you look to the next day. And if the next day you're still in this light gray, it's bearish pressure for 3 days until 3 days later, Monday, we're back to having bullish support. So this could be 3 days of selling, being in the circumstance that we're in right now. It's not the strongest signal of a continuation bull market. Now, S&P is still stable from here over the next 3 days, but it has support at a lower low every time. So when you look at the monthly maps, which is forecast like 3 months out, you can see that it's not as strongly bullish as it was in the longer term structure wise, but it's not like it's not recoverable or anything. Certainly by the end of the day, anything could happen, but I guess CPI is what was telling people to finally react in a way. We have not seen, remember, we've been seeing these days that were just like push up and push up and push up. We haven't seen a big sell-off day in a long time, which is kind of nice. I guess if you guys are bears, y'all are finally happy because you finally got your day today. I have a cold. I'm finally getting over a little bit of it. I still feel a little sick. So my voice is gone and I'm real nasally. How many people here got any of the short play, decided to play any of this? What was y'all's play today, folks? Did y'all do anything special? Anybody wake up and this you shorted today and today's the day you got it? Going bullish on NQ now is not a play. Not now, but on the confirmation. Like if somehow NQ makes its way back to here, then that's a play to that upper bear zone target, which would be very close to, let me show you where I would go to. If I would, like I say, you're asking me my personal opinion. Oh shit, that goes all the way to the top. Yeah, so there's, I would say if today holds through here, it has the potential to move up pretty hard. Like I would say, I would trade through the pocket if I were trading this altogether. If it came to here and supported here on that confirmation, I would play it to there. from here, not an entry point from here. There's nothing. It's kind of no man's land, and also kind of in a really weird tanky spot. You've broken through every major support and you're still going lower. It's not the place I would risk. If that makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. Makes sense, right? $570 is like the only lower target I have even closer to interrupt. So, I mean, this could fall much faster than here. S&P has roughly, I would say, 20 points to the longer, stronger supports here. But even so, the resilience is negative right here. So it's not even a strong support anymore. This can melt all the way through this today. I don't like to take trades on the outside of the band unless I'm on a strong pivot anyways. In roughly, 23 points here. It's going to be roughly about 90 points here. So this could fall another to 640, I would say, to equal to this bounce here. Just a complete meltdown today. Melt. And normally I don't like to chase shorts on those short breaks either. I'm not a big fan of chasing the shorts. I like just sit out, let the market figure out what it's going to do. I probably won't make any more trades today. Kabooshed. Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, CPI came out, bad. I mean, the market's been ignoring bad news for like it's, like it's trained to do that. We haven't seen bad news pivot the market yet. So this is kind of the first of its kind in about a month. I'm still at all studying the map here. And I've been sort of, and it's when I told you guys yesterday, guessing on top is almost impossible to do. At some point, things do stabilize. I've been waiting a very long time for market to stabilize somewhere so I can actually continue to attack it with my real money. This is a good sign of that. Now, again, on the way up, it's very unlikely that if it's still bullish, it's very likely that we hold somewhere in here, that we're not breaking the low of this candle. If we break the low of this candle, then, it's probably going to be a lot more downside for the rest of the week. We have seen, let me find something that's very similar to that. Like if you start breaking through that candle low, you just continue to die. And that's the one risk that people will have to the long side is, do you trust it? Do you want to get in on it? What's the pullback going to look like? 1 or 2 days and consolidate flat, or big old reversal. That's up to you to decide. Personally speaking, I'm not thinking it's a reversal at all. Oh, we'll see. Got my chart here I'm looking at. Hold this front and center for you guys. S&P has a key support pivot at 7360 as well. So this area right here could be a support. Those red lines. I've drawn it on here. And typically when you have that big imbalance plate, find a rebalance point. That is a place it can stop at. We're not seeing a bunch of the big tech stocks selling harder from here. Most of them kind of stalled. Nvidia stalled, Meta stalled, Apple stalled. Bigger tech's just chilling. But you have some bigger downside play. Like today, ABGO is just getting kind of crapped on. Google getting crapped on. Amazon, Tesla. There's a lot flushing out today. Just a little. Man, all those bulls we've seen all week. I wonder where they are today. Today's the day. Just take the profit on CPI. I'm curious if people that have been wanting to find a dip, they're going to find this dip as a place to play on. We'll see. Kaboosh bot. Yeah. Somebody said, if you haven't jumped on Matt's Prop Score website, you're missing out big time. Oh, thank you. It's a free website we built. Guys, you hear the noise? What is that sound? What is it? It's giveaway time. Giveaway time. Ooh, there's form. Don't forget to fill out that form, guys. Get the giveaway there. And also, right now, just a little bit of a note here: the builder plan reloaded offer, 2,000 MLL plan for $92, or the 1,500 for 75. Am I like? I feel like I'm slow for some reason. I don't know if it's me or if it's what. Like something feels slow. My camera's not slow though. I think it's the Streamlabs. I feel like I'm choppy, like a robot. Am I roboting right now? It looks like it on the screen. Chat, am I roboting? Is it laggy? It's like coming in and out. I'm good on my side, I feel like. Hold on one second. All right. There comes that reversal attack. You get these sort of like when the market's just sort of in that sort of nosedive, and then you get that sort of readjustment here. Let's see where it retraces to. Could be something good. We'll see. We need someone to take care of the internet in the US. Something's going on with the internet. I don't know. It's not on my side though. My connection, I just checked it. My connection's pretty normal, pretty stable. Hold on a second here. What is all this? Okay. Hold on one second. Candle like this lets me feel like there's a possible reversal sort of thing. Okay. Feels like it. Feels good. What do we think, chat? Mark, can you give us some love today? Congratulations to the winners. Is it not so laggy anymore? Yeah, for like a minute, it was like, no clue. So big sell-off day like this, it's really kind of hard to catch a knife, right? When it's falling, you just gotta have to kind of take it easy. When you lose key pivots, and then obviously can return to the trade when you regain them. Anything above this orange line, I do want to be long again on here. Anything above this DD band, I also kind of would love to be long on S&P. But with the way that it's been selling, I have told myself that we've moved closer to 40 points below the line, so I do want to sit out and chill. 830 is that key pivot level that we know we are entering back into the volatility zone here. Volatility zone being like how much we oscillate around this key support area. Rejecting 30 is bigger downside. Getting back in the volatility zone, we can catch back into the wave of hedging that will push us higher here. So 30, NASDAQ 30 is your key pivot. 830. That's the one. Getting close to it. It's looking kind of nice. What an interesting day. It'd be really nice if we can make our way back up to that area. An 880 sort of area there. S&P area to consider. 86. As resistance. Resilience just went positive on S&P. That's a pretty decent sign. I think on the events feed, we'll see something. Half gap cross up or something. What's moving higher? None of the big tech are moving higher. It's just a mix of everything else. Bunch of stocks just moving around. Okay, nothing huge. 3M, Ulta, USB, Kroger. So not the big tech today, but a little bit of everything. S&P's been fairly strong and tech has been fairly weak. Mm-hmm. It's a big little bear squeeze on that. Let's see what it looks like from here. $830 is that level, so it hit it, rejected a little bit. If we reclaim 830, then we're back in the wave back up. That order flow is coming in a little heavy to the sell side. Ah, man. I hate having a cold. It's the worst. You gonna make it? I was very surprised to see it push as hard to the downside that it did below these key areas. As strong as the market has ever been, like it's been very hard to trade because almost every trade setup every day has been devoid of pivots. It's like you just jump in at the open and make your money. This is the first time, I would say in a month, we've actually seen pivots and the pivots just aren't working. So the one day you've got bull strong pivots, you don't have like bulls in the sidelines, you know, ready to jump in. They sort of just abandon the trade the minute they have their supports. So as crazy as that sounds, most bulls have been waiting. Let me here's my dip to buy. Let me find it. This could be it. I mean, this could still be it. If we recover 870 level, I'll probably jump back in. And we'll see. We'll see. Personally, I'd like to see this all the way back up to this area here. So if with S&P resilience going positive, it does mean that the market is more comfortable pressing towards this area here. My trading sort of a mixed bag today. Sorry, I need to get you guys an updated screenshot. Hold on. I'm sort of like halvesies today. Half good, half bad. Sorry, I didn't get you guys a picture of that. I forget it's down over here. So some stopped out, some made money. So originally at the start of the day, my first batch of trades made money. Then my second batch of trades lost money. So now I'm contemplating if I want to like run in on anything new. Sorry about that. Thanks for reminding me. My brain is not braining today. Like it's quarter like mush, like 60% liquid, 40% melted ice. You know, it's kind of like bleh. I have this like massive monster head cold that sucks. But thanks for reminding me. Do I trade silver? I don't trade metals. Only time I ever traded metals pretty much ever was I made one gold trade back in December just because I wanted to make a gold trade. Just to say I did. And I made $800 or $8,000 or something like that. I think it was 8,000. And then I never traded again. Brain, not braining today. That's a good one. No, it's not braining today. It's absolutely a mushy, goopy liquid of things. But so it's sort of a mixed bag. I mean, some of my, these are funded accounts. So some of them are up, some of them are down. Oh. That's really it. So be careful for tomorrow's PPI. Obviously, if the market responded today to CPI, tomorrow's PPI could be like maybe a second catalytic sort of event. If you want to ask my opinion, with all that we've seen, I bet you the state bounces back up. And I'm just going to be very optimistic about that. Your brain is a piece of shit today. The RV salesman video? No, I never saw that one. I never saw that one. I never saw that one. Let me check out some of these things here. What else do I know I'm in the middle of doing something I can't remember. Oh, it's nap time. That's really what time it is. I need to like lay down and sleep and just chill. It's really what I want to do. I wasn't surprised to see the CPI go up, though. That was something that we were expecting to happen. If we jump back above into the 880 pocket, I'll re-engage to the long side. I don't want to miss out on that one. Unfortunately, that might not happen on the show. Oh. Alrighty. It's getting close. It's getting there. Okay, when I got this. Even when I have a cold, I still wake up and work. I'm one of those people. Are you guys the kind of people that you can't sit still even when you feel sick? I can't do it. I can't sit still. I gotta always be moving. Ash segment. How am I doing today? Sort of a mixed bag. More up than down. I took 2 different trades in 2 different spaces. One of them was a loss. One of them was a gain. And then now I'm re-engaging in the long up here. Hold on. These are off camera because this is I don't have a DOM for it. This is in the web browser here. I'm gonna take it. I am going to take it on the reclaim. Looking sharp here. The original trade I want to take there. I don't hate it. How's the 1 million account? I ran up about 800,000 in P&L. I took 800,000 out and I left 200,000 in there. In April, like the 15th or something, that week that we had the crazy up week, I had the 2,000 I left in there to trade, went up to about 330, and then I took like 5 losing days in a row, dropped it below 100, and I was like, so I rate like the 200 I left went up to 330, and then I lost all that profit. Then I ducked below 100, and I was like, I'm gonna chill for a minute. So that's what happened there. And with the Iran stuff and the way the market was moving so irrationally, no pivots to trade, it was really weird. I told myself I didn't want to get caught up. And so basically the way I do what I call account partitioning, I'll take whatever balance I have, I grow, take money out, put it on the side, grow, take money out, put it on the side, grow, take money, put it on the side. So keep the balance small. That way, if you accidentally do really bad, you don't blow up all your profit. And so if I duck below 100, I can always put another 100 back in or another whatever back in. But I decided I'm not going to do that for a while. I want the market to be a little more stable. But I took out 800K from it. And here is I always tell people, there's the proof of the withdrawals. There's the withdrawals there. This is from my, everybody knows the, what's it called? The Trade-A-Bait app. I took out 250 on that day, 250 on that day. Remember I told you guys I took 2 back-to-back withdrawals in the same day? Boom, boom. And I took 300 on that day. So yeah, like it was just a smart way to handle it. I mean, I was detecting that the market was going to be really just sort of impossible to deal with. And I honestly didn't want to. And it was here when I decided I'm going to take it easy. And thank God I did, because I could have put all my money back in and blew it all up on the way up. So really glad I didn't do that. The funny thing was there was that Friday that I didn't stream on Friday. I think it was this day, the 17th. I didn't even stream on that day because that's the day we went and picked up IDOC's brand new car. So I think it was like the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. It was just like, I had like 5 losing days in a row. And the market was like hitting my pivots and just smashing through them. And I'm like, okay, this is a really weird situation. I can't explain how irrational upside movement we have here. And I don't even begin to try. So it was back here. You guys remember that week? That was the craziest week we saw. And it was just like, you can just feel it up, like every single day. And it was like by this day, I'm like, hey, I'm not going to pump money back into this and keep trying. Let me wait a month or two till things settle out. And that was it. But yeah, I took out 800,000, which is kind of nice. I mean, that's a nice run up on the 100K account. And then like up front, I also deposited a little bit more because I ducked underneath it at the start. I think I was, after the initial 100, I think I put like 130 extra into it. So when you subtract the net balance from the deposits, actually, I'm going to try to do the math. My brain is not braining today, but should be good. Did I tap it? Yep, I'm long. I'm long in one of my live accounts. Once I went live in a prop firm this last week, so I'm long in one of those accounts. I'm up $6,000 in that one, which is kind of nice. That's a good one. Did I tap it? Oh, baby, I tapped it good. But overall, I had a good quarter because when you add up like what I netted plus all my prop payouts, which was over 300, I netted $1 million P&L on the stream, and that's not even my big accounts that I don't trade on. I have accounts I don't trade on screen. I don't share my bigger investment account or trading account. I only have my stream trading accounts that I do, and so that one was. Let me take the profit on this one. That's hella good. Should I lock that in? 6,000 there. Not bad. 6,100 on that one. Should I hold on to it or should I just take the P&L? That's a pretty solid run up, I would say. I just want to get a scalp off of there. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. Redline is called an illiquidity pivot. This was a resistance pivot on the way down. Once it's been tapped, it's gone for good. So the red line is based on the previous moves upward that we had, and then the red line was a resistance. But yeah, so anyways, on the stream, on my stream, between the challenge account and the prop payouts, I did make $1 million in the first quarter, which was pretty decent, all things being considered, from the small account size they had. I had some ridiculous prop runs. You guys remember I had that one prop account that wouldn't quit? I kept trying to like YOLO it for just getting it off my plate, and it became a joke on the stream, and 6 days in a row were like 10K, 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 10K. So I had like a really ridiculous run in props over the first quarter as well. So... And I like the market going straight up. I love when bull markets are here. Bull markets are really good, and I love trading bull markets. But this has been also, I would like to call it an untradeable bull market because it hasn't been giving you pivots to trade from. The last, 15 sessions, you just long at the open. That's it. And you just had to long and ride it. There wasn't really like technical plays, dip plays, pivot plays. Pivot traders like myself need pivots to play off of, and I don't normally just jump into long every time. But will the hantavirus affect the market? Nah, probably not, unless the government goes into shutdown mode again. Are people afraid of it? Maybe. But the thing with COVID was that it was like a sudden burst and nobody knew it was going to happen. This time around, I don't think people are going to react to it because there's going to be a very low probability that every business shuts down again. I think we learned our lesson from that. We're still dealing with inflation from the fallout of COVID. Literally, COVID's inflation is still sitting here to this day. It messed everything up. Shutting every business down because of a virus, I think, is something we're never going to do again. I think we learned our lesson. But I think with all the protocols there, the mask there, the social distancing there, the world, if it ever goes to like crazy town again, like it did, the world will adapt very quickly to the new normal. You know what I mean? It'll 100%. I don't think business will close down. People just scoot their desks far apart from each other and put hand sanitizer on and wear masks and be like that. I don't think we're going to do curbside pickup at grocery stores anymore. Unless there's an actual real deadly virus like the bubonic plague, like literally killing people. You know, COVID wasn't that bad at all. You know, the numbers were sort of fudged. You know, it's like we have flu deaths every year, and then this year there were no flu deaths and that many COVID deaths, and like COVID's a big thing. We're like, but the flu numbers were 0 this year. Like, you know, it became is more of a political thing than an actual thing. And COVID was like a perfect storm. And I hate to bring it up because I know some people are probably passionate about it still. I guess, I don't know. COVID was a perfect storm of like, of environment, social media manipulation. You know, it's the same year George Floyd, COVID were both like social media drove narratives, right? That created this like this story that people would tell that you never knew what was true because everything was exaggerated. I remember the George Floyd issue where there was like one person saying there's riots, and then another camera was filming the same thing from really far away. And it was just one person doing something. And you're like, which one do you believe, right? And COVID, same thing, like, which one do you believe? Well, I had COVID 3 times, so it's a pretty nasty virus, but the problem was that it was an election year. That's the perfect storm. You had social media finally exploding in its mass hysteria, plus an election year was highly politicized, political. I can't even speak right now. But the politics that came with it was weaponized for politics. And the election year is really what made COVID think what it was. If it was an election year, they would have shut anything down. Last 4 years passed way too fast, bro. I feel it. I feel like COVID was just the other day, right? But you know what I'm saying? Do you guys believe if it wasn't 2020, like if the virus came in 2021, no one would give a shit? That's how I really feel. I literally feel like the fact that it was a highly polarized election year between Trump and Biden, that it became an amplified issue because they needed something to attack each other over. And had it not been election year, we probably would have shut anything down to the everybody was trying to outprove everybody else. I'm better than this guy. No, I'm doing this better. No, I'm going to do this better. And so the overreaction was due to political pressure. And I think that that's a big part of it. So I think the haunted virus can affect the market? No, like absolutely not. Even if it's a deadly virus killing people, we'll have precautionary standards, but I don't think the entire global economy is going to come to a screeching halt with businesses shutting down again. At least that's my thought. And I don't know, I want to ruffle anybody's feathers about talking about these things. I know you guys are passionate about some of it. Remember, your buddy Matt loves you, and I love everybody equally. We come at the market trying to guess what the stock market's going to do. So I hate talking about issues because always somebody that's like passionate about something. I love you all, so don't worry. I had COVID 3 times. It's pretty bad, but I don't think it was worth shutting everything down over because people are suffering now still because of that. And so I think we've learned our lesson. No haunted virus, government shutdown, none of that. And there's no why you never see me execute a trade. This is lunchtime, dude. Come on my stream in the mornings. I execute trades all day long on the front of the screen. I did a million challenge, which you got to watch a single account on my stream all day, every day for like a whole entire quarter. At lunchtime, there's not usually trades at lunchtime, so you're always gonna see me making trades in the I'm always forcing trades, and there's an opportunity, I'm gonna take it, and that's it. Yeah, once the vaccine came out, we should have gone full open. Yeah, because that's the confidence the rest of the people needed to go back to work and do everything. But the shutdown was too abrupt. They should have it's just too abrupt on the economy, and we're still paying for it to this day. It created a recession in the fallout. It created hyperinflation for certain areas. I understand. I'm trying to save lives, a big part of it, but I think in the future, I think that the choice, especially if Trump is president, the choice would probably be you can choose to shut down if you want, but here's some government standards on social distancing and precautionary measures. But please don't shut down your businesses and make everybody employed over this sort of thing. I think that's really what every future virus is going to be, unless it's really, really, really bad, like Spanish flu bad or something, then maybe. But yeah, any of you guys, I got to run. I love y'all. Yeah, no haunted virus scare. Market's selling off a little bit, but recovering today. I think it's a good place. This is the recovery place I wanted to be at. I am entertaining another long here in one of my accounts, but I'm done streaming for the day. We'll check you later. Ash is here, guys, so I got to go. Love you to death. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank all of you. And appreciate y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. What's up, team? How are we doing today? Welcome back to another segment with myself, Ash Trades. How's everybody's week going so far? Just going to show everybody what I'm looking at, and we'll be talking about it as we go through my session, but let me just hop over here and grab one of these real quick. Okay. We'll talk about this as time goes on, but let's grab one of these and watch this as we talk. Before we do, let me just welcome everybody into the segment. Let's see who we have here today. I hope everybody's day is going well. I hope everybody's week is going well. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the week. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the week. Or throw a 3 in chat if you have yet to trade this week. Let's see how everybody's doing. And then we'll get into some of the information here. Good afternoon, MNQ. I definitely said that wrong already. MMNQES. Good afternoon, Centennial. Good afternoon, Bulls and Bear. What's up, Fernando? Augie Official, how are you doing today? Rod, what's up? Scout Trades, how are you doing today? Yes. We were able to go to Tom's barbershop, and Tom got us a nice skin fade. Line me up a little bit. Who's the real OGs here? Who remembers the Tom haircut meme? Does anybody even remember that? Or am I just referencing some baloney? Who remembers that? Good afternoon, Eric. Adity Gamer, what's up? Queen of Trades, how are you doing today? Augie Official. Oh, I think I said your name already. How are you? Blint, what's up? How's everybody doing today? El Burrito, how are you doing? Wyatt, what's up? Cheesy Balls, good afternoon. What's up? MyFundedFutures, how are we doing today? Yes, sir. We got to get cleaned up for this man's wedding. We got a wedding coming up on Friday, so once again, just a quick reminder, I will not be here on Friday, okay? So the stream is going to end after Matt's segment, okay? So I will not be here on Friday. Good afternoon, Abhishek. How are you doing today? Raise Trades, what's up? How are you? Hopefully everybody's day is going well. Hopefully everybody's week is going well. Oh, here are the numbers. All right, I'm just catching up now. Chat is moving today, so let's see. How is your day going? My day is going great. Thanks for asking. Hopefully your day is going well. Let's see. Starting off with some 1s. Very nice. There's a 2 in there as well. A couple 3s. Majority 1s, though. Love to see that. Love to see that. Alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and start to talk about some of this information here. First things first. I congratulate the Bears. They finally got a chance here today. Right? I've just been screaming longs time and time again, but the Bears finally got a move here. We finally got some kind of pullback, and it was a decent one. You know, we're down 500 points on the day. So, finally, the Bears getting some kind of action here. It has been a bull market. We have been screaming higher, new all-time highs, time after time after time. And finally, the Bears, they get a chance. They get the spotlight. Finally. So very good job if you're capable of capturing the morning move lower. What a spill. They definitely dumped it lower there. Very good job by the bears. But now, moving forward for today. All right, I'm going to look for higher prices. As you can see, I already grabbed one contract here of MNQ. So also lower size for a reason. Okay. I would like to even grab another contract. So if we do one of these, I'll grab another one. And we'll look to target about 50% of the range. So let me just pull this up here so I can explain it a little further. Where is my tool? Okay, it's in this one. There we go. So essentially looking for this. A move back to 50% of the daily range. So very good job moving lower here today. I'm not looking to risk a bunch. That's why we're only in one MNQ. Even if we went to the low here, right? I believe that's about 140 points. So that's only $300 right now. Let's see. 158, so just over $300. Okay. To see if we can go back towards the middle of the range. Somewhere up here. All right. Just to give you guys an idea, I was looking at a change in the state of delivery here. Unfortunate that we didn't get the candle closure. Okay. But we still have a chance here. We'll see what happens. We'll see if the bulls can wake up again. The thing is this right here. So I know we overran it a bit, but if we get a couple points, we're back inside of a bullish FEG. So depending on how today's daily candle closes, right, maybe this turns into a wick, and then we close back up here inside the daily FEG somewhere. We'll see. But we're not going to risk a bunch of money to do that. This will be about $300 as of right now. We'll see if we want to get another contract. But essentially, very simple information. Just looking for some kind of bullish bounce. In our most simplest terms. Just looking for a bullish bounce. And we'll put the stop loss down here. Okay. So about $300 to see if the bulls will wake up for the PM session and go back into the middle of the daily range. Any questions about that? Yay or nay? Feel free to throw any type of questions or information in the chat. Very simply put, we're just looking to see if there was any support down here near the low of the day to see if we can bounce back towards the halfway point of the day. Hey, Ash, good afternoon. What's up, The Punisher? How are you doing today? How's your week going so far? Ash got a new haircut? Yes, sir. We had to clean up. We got ourselves a big day coming up this weekend. Got to clean up for it. How was the IB today, Ash? I didn't look at the IB. So with my group earlier in the morning, I took a long here. Okay, so if you look at my social media, you'll see the position as well. So this was my position this morning. Right here. I was looking at a bullish breaker plus fair value gap. Right here. We entered at the bullish breaker, risking the low, and we targeted the highs in here. So the morning position was absolutely gorgeous. Very quick winner. The New York AM session was beautiful. Luckily, we took profit because look at where we are now. If we didn't take profit on that initial pump, man, that would have been upsetting, right? Because it absolutely dumped after that. Absolutely dumped after that. So glad we were able to get a long there at New York Open. Glad we were not greedy. And, you know, going back to some of those paper hand comments, you know, these are the moments in time where I'm happy to have paper hands, right? Because Imagine if we didn't TP above these highs and then held a long all the way lower, right? So there's good and bad to every scenario. Maybe paper hands, maybe the sweaty hands aren't all that bad, but we'll see. We'll see. Chat, what are you guys looking for this afternoon? Are you guys going to be bullish with me, or are you guys going to be bearish? Type a 1 in chat if you think we can go back towards the middle of the range. Type a 2 in chat if you think I'm going to get stopped out here. Who thinks we can go back to the middle of the range? And who thinks my position is absolutely cooked? Type a 1 or type a 2. What do you guys think? How's your day, Ash? I'm good with $250. Oh, very good job, Adity Gamer. Very good job. My day is also going well. I'm very happy from the New York Open long. That got us green. And even if we were to lose this position here, we would still be green on the day. The morning trade was about $1,100 trade. So even with risking $300 here, today will be a W for me. So I'm also very happy. This one is kind of a free trade because of it. We will also be finishing the day green. Any SMT on today's trade? Yeah, let's take a look at this right here. And you can see this right here. So we have the 11:15 a.m. candle to the 12:45 a.m. candle. Right? So 11:15 a.m. candle to the 12:45 a.m. candle. So you can see that NQ made a lower low at the same time that ES made the higher low. So that kind of explains why I'm looking at this right here. Right? I'm risking the low that created the SMT. The logic behind the long is that SMT, right? It's a cracking correlation between two correlated assets. The market might have just shown us its hand, saying, we grabbed liquidity down here, and there's strength, right? Here's the strength here. As you can see that ES was having an easier time making it back to 50% of the range, right? This clearly shows the strength here because ES already made it back to 50% of the range. Go figure, ES was the one that created the bullish SMT, right? So that's essentially what we're risking on right now. Is this SMT showing strength in the marketplace? Did we set the low of the day? Is the market tipping its hand saying we're going to turn here? And we don't need to risk the entire account to do that, right? This is $300, a little more than 300, right? It was like 158 in terms of points. Let's just double check. 158. So about closer to $320, right? One contract of MNQ. So, we'll see. We'll see, chat. Is this bullish SMT? If it is, we'll get some kind of pop up into here and we can take some cash. We'll see. Any questions, any information, feel free to ask any questions about this trade, anything about this trading business. Gladly willing to go over any information. While we're waiting and watching, do me a favor, smash the like button, hit the sub button, turn the notifications on. We're going to keep going live. If you guys are enjoying the live streams, if you're enjoying the giveaways, smash that like button. We're going to keep doing it. So we'll see what we get here. We'll see what the afternoon session has for us. Ash, I wasn't able to get short on NQIB from 50% after it formed full IB. You know why? If price just went right to the target, then there is no trade, right? Is that what you're saying? Let's take a look. 9:30. So the high was set first to 10:30. 10:25. Yeah, so this is an example of the IB being completed instantaneously. So there is no trade here. The high was set first. The low was set second. And after the low was created, they immediately went to the target. So the bears were so aggressive that they never retraced back to 50%. They just started heading lower. And in that scenario, when the target has been accomplished, then there's no more trade anymore. Okay? So that's the NQIB from this morning. Hopefully you're referring to the New York Open one. Ash, have you made rules with your partner around trading? My wife is not interested in trading. She doesn't even want to hear about it. She thinks when I talk about it, it sounds like a different language, so she can't even understand it. You know, as long as we're not, you know, homeless and can't feed each other, then we are completely fine. She doesn't really care to be knowing about the trading. She's not very interested in that. So we don't exactly need rules. It's only positive things have come from it. So there's really no obstacles that we need to deal with right now. So there's not really many questions about it. Oh, so now if it pulls back, we shouldn't enter? If you're talking about the initial balance, that was completed a long time ago. If we're still on this conversation right here. Like I said, the initial balance was already completed instantaneously. So it got confirmed, right? It got confirmed here once it became 10:30, right? Even if you're using this low, right? And you're looking at 50% of the range. No matter what, once the target is completed, it is no longer a trade. The objective has been completed. Anytime the objective has been completed, we no longer consider it. Wouldn't you technically be able to enter at 50%, anticipating it to be bearish IB though, or is that a bad idea? Front running adds additional risk because the information can change because the confirmation happens at 10:30. So if you want to take on additional risk, that is completely okay, but you have to understand that the information can change within the allotted time, right? If you're entering at 10 a.m., for the initial balance, you're taking on 30 minutes of additional risk because the information can change in the next 30 minutes. If you're willing to accept that, then be my guest. But if you're the type of individual that needs confirmations, then that doesn't sound like the best idea. Ash, that's a very huge SL. Is it necessary? You think this is a large stop loss? Or do you think a 600-point range is large? There's been times where we see 100-point candles. So I wouldn't consider this a large stop loss. Especially for this size, right? We're only on one contract here. So this is only $360 worth of risk. Excuse me, $320 worth of risk. So I think small or large is a perception. I don't think that's a defined number, right? $300 to me in this scenario is not a large amount. What is the usual target on IB? Either the IB low or the IB high. So if it's a short, obviously the target is IB low. If it's a long, the target would be IB high. Alrighty. The real holy grail, chat, is staying hydrated. Make sure you get your water in. That's the real secret. Ash, what's your entry confirmation on IB? I don't have one. The IB gets set and then you take the trade. That's it. We don't add anything to it. SL is relative to range and volatility. Very good job, DBS. I 100% agree with that. Right? Like today's range is large. This is what I would consider large, is a 600-point move. Right? We don't normally just get a 600-point move lower. So in my opinion, that's what large is. And considering this range here, a 600-point range, only 100 points out of that, that's not that large, right? That looks like, what, a quarter? So it's just a perspective. How can we stay patient if we miss our setup? And we should find another opportunity to trade or come the next day. Very good question there, Adity Gamer. First thing that I'll say is you have to have a defined set of rules, right? So, for example, I know that I'm supposed to be entering at, when I'm trading the IB, I look to enter at 50% of the range. Right? So if 50% of the range never gets retested, then I know that there is no trade. It doesn't matter what the results are. It's a matter of being process driven. If your process does not happen, then there should be no trade. That's how you know whether there's a trade or not. Follow the process. Same thing goes for knowing when there is no trade at all. Like a no trade day, you're completely flat, you don't touch anything. If you can't identify your process, then you should not risk. Hey, Mika, how are you doing today? Thank you for the kind comment. Have a good stream, Ash. Thank you very much. It is going well. Thanks. When IB is broken, that means no trade. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Once the target is completed, then there is no more trade. The probability that you are betting on is IB high being taken out or IB low being taken out. Once it is taken out, you are no longer trading that probability because that set of data has a result. Very good questions today here, chat. Keep them rolling. Keep them rolling. Ash, what conditions at the end of the trading day will make you flip bearish? They would need to close decisively below the fair value gap, right? Turning this into an inversion. Let's just get over here on NQ. Right? If this becomes an inversion, right? So a daily candle closure down here. Then I would be looking at this as an area of resistance for lower prices. So we'll see how the daily candle wants to close. But this is what I'm looking at, is the daily fair value gap. Trump's talking. All right, chat. Keep me updated on what Trump says. Tell the man to induce some volatility. Let the PM session be great. Okay, somebody let me know if Trump says anything crazy here. We'll probably see it here in price action first anyways. The narrative always comes second. Ash, do you enter limit IB? No confirmation then. I already told you there is no confirmation. Either take the trade or don't. If you're always waiting around for a confirmation, you might never get one. Follow the process, accept the risk, take the trade, allow the probabilities to play out. Why did you take entry at this level? Change in the state of delivery. Right here. The trend is changing. Ready? This was the trend. Right here. Right? Maybe we should just become trend line traders. Who wants to become a trend line trader with me? Let's scrap the IB, we'll scrap the unicorn model, and we'll focus on trend lines. I'm just joking around, chat. We're all staring at the same chart. It doesn't matter what model you trade, whether it's a trend line, whether it's a change in the state of delivery, whether it's a inversion. All of them are saying the same thing, right? It's trying to change the trend. We were in a downtrend right here, right? We were downtrending until this point in time, right? So we're trying to change the trend right in here. For that reason, right, I'm looking for higher prices. So, and that's why it's funny, right? Because who cares if you call it a downtrend breakout? Or who cares if you call this a bullish change in the state of delivery? Inversion? Whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? You're either betting on higher prices or betting on lower prices. So we'll see what we got here, chat. We'll see. To make it real simple, like I said, to start this position, we're just looking to see if we pop back into 50% of the daily range. That's the entire idea. So, any questions, any information, feel free to throw it in chat. ES clearly showing the strength here on this move. Already back above 50% of the range. Clearly leading the way there. See if MNQ or NQ, whichever one you're trading, can catch up. We'll see. Ash, my target is 29,128. 29,128. Okay, all the way up here. We'll see. We'll see. What's your targets, chat? Throw it in the chat. What is your current target for NQ? Let me know what the price is. Do you believe risk management is more important than strategy and accuracy? 1,000,000%. Yes, risk management is the #1 priority at all times. Yes. Both on and off the chart. On and off the chart. Right? Like if you are trying to trade for your very first time, using the last couple dollars that you have to your name, it sounds like you have very bad risk management. Right? It doesn't even matter what the strategy is at that point. Now compare that risk management to having a full-time job, a 9-to-5 that covers all of your bills and your savings. In addition to the 9-to-5 job, you also have a side hustle in which you make money during the weekends to fund your trading business. Yup, that risk management sounds 10 times better than the first scenario, and I would put my money on it that the person that has the 9-to-5 versus the person that does not have a 9-to-5 is going to be the one that makes it in the long term. Because they're thinking about their finances. They're not just impulsively acting, right? So it doesn't even matter what strategy is what I'm saying. If you can't handle your finances, right? It doesn't even matter what you do here on the chart then. So no, I don't think it's strategy at all. Fair value gaps work. Trend lines work. RSI divergence works. Anything could work. It's the person executing it. Very good question. IRL bankroll management is key. If I was able to put memes into chat, I would. There's one meme with this dude with like long hair, crazy glasses, and he's holding a key, going like this. I would pick that meme right now. Yes, IRL bankroll management is key, literally key. That is the key to all of this. Jake from State Farm, welcome back. Good to see you again. Love that name for some reason. I don't know what it is. Just instantly makes me think of the commercial. What is more powerful in trading? Patience, discipline, or confidence? I would say patience. Everybody gets lost in the opportunity itself. Everybody always thinks that there's a trade to take. So much so that it becomes an impulse that makes them do something outside of their trading system. A lot of people want it right now, instead of dealing with the delayed gratification that it's going to take to actually learn the skill. Those are the impulses that actually send you on a tilt. Those are the impulses that actually make you blow accounts. So, patience is a virtue. If you could deal with delayed gratification, if you can get comfortable being uncomfortable, right? You're going to be able to hold your winners longer. And that's why patience is such a key, right? You have to be extremely patient with your winners. You have to be extremely impatient with your losers. So if you don't have any patience, you won't be allowing your winners to win. And that's where you actually make progress in this business, when your winners outweigh your losers. So it's patience, in my opinion. Ash, if you trade evals, are you trading more risk? Yeah. So I've spoke about this many times. I'll say it again. Before I even say this statement, you have to understand the perspective. Okay? This is only for the individuals that have a proven track record. And when I say a proven track record, I'm not talking about back-tested data. I'm talking about your income is greater than your expenses for an extended period of time. Right? So I'm not talking about passing an eval. I'm talking about withdrawing more money to your bank account than the amount of money that you spend on evals. Right? Your income needs to be greater than your expenses. When you have a proven track record showing that for multiple years, then yes, I would say go much heavier in eval. Try to pass it as quick as possible. Time is money. So, for those people that have proven track records, yes, heavier size, shorter time frame. But you have to hear me clearly. I'm only saying that for people that have a proven track record. The people that are still learning this business should use that time to educate themselves. Obtain that experience. The conviction is built through the experience, so you want as much repetition as you can. So if you're in that learning phase, use it as time to build conviction. Just know the difference there. You either have a proven track record or you don't. Okay? Very good questions today, chat. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all the people providing value here today. Thank you. But to be honest, though, I spent my first couple hundreds on evals for the first time. Everybody spends money on evals, okay? It doesn't matter if you blew 1 or 100. You have to know that everybody has failed evals, okay? I've failed evals. Your favorite trader failed evals. The person that you don't even know because they're not on social media failed evals. Everybody fails forward. In this business, losing is inevitable. And that's why I'm saying that you have to have that stability of the 9 to 5, because you're going to have to take more than one attempt. So you need money to make money. You literally need money to purchase another eval. So keep the stability of your 9 to 5. Go get a second job, right? Because the 9 to 5 should just be for your well-being. And then the second job should fund your business. Ash, for this range, you are aiming for 50%. Why consider only the New York session range? This is just the current move, right? So if we're looking at market structure, this is just the current swing high to the current swing low. That's all I did there. I'm just looking at the swing points. This is the current range that price is in, from the swing high to the swing low. Nothing really more to it. Ash, what will you do when your strategy doesn't work? Well, then I'm going to adapt to the market, right? You have to be a student of the market from day one till the very last day, because the market is forever changing. Okay? You have to be adaptable to it. Here's a great example of that, right? Chat, we were just talking about the economic calendar recently. How the economic calendar hasn't really been producing like it used to, right? We used to watch CPI. We used to watch NFP. It would do a 100-point candle within 1 second or 1 minute. Now when we watch CPI or NFP, it does like 30 points. It like barely moves, right? So what changed? What changed? I don't know, but I'm going to adapt to it, right? So that's why we need to stay a student of the market all the time. That is why we need to stay objective to the information, okay? If my model stops working, I'm not going to be blind to that fact. I will change at that point in time, is what I'm saying, right? So always remain objective to the information. Don't try to influence it with your opinion, okay? Ooh, couple beeps in there, chat. Couple beeps, get ready. You know what that means. You know what that means. W. Check out that form, chat. Check it out. All right, chat, we're going to actually, this thing's not moving, so I'm going to go ahead and just take a very small green day. That was literally $49. Maybe I could go get some McDonald's with that, but I wanted this thing to expand from the change in the state of delivery here. Okay. I don't know why it's not expanding. I was expecting some speed above here. And it's just been consolidating here. So even if I am correct and now we get the expansion, I'll take my $50. I'll take my $50. We'll just get a second green day in a row. How about that? That puts us at about 300 for the PM session now here on MFTV this week. Right, of course it'll expand right after I'll leave, right? Now we expand, but I don't care. I'm going to take the W. You know, that's only half of my gas tank. Very unfortunate. I would much... Maybe if oil starts going down, I'll, you know, hold some positions longer, but I'm going to take the W. And, of course, it'll expand right after we take the $50 flex, right? So, either way, I'm really happy with it. If somebody could do me a favor and create me a paper hands plaque, get me one of the things where it's like it's a trophy. It'll be a plaque that says 2026 Paper Hands Award. Goes to Ash Trades. How does that sound? I'm just messing around, chat. Listen, this is the beginning of my PM session career. Okay, so as I first entered the PM session here with you guys, one of the things that I had mentioned was wanting to ease myself into this. Okay, so yeah, we've taken less trades and we've been quicker to profit taking. But if you go back and take a look at the record here on the stream now, I believe that's 2 wins and 1 loss. We're not counting Friday because Friday was a Friday fun day. But all of our other trades, I believe we're now 2 wins and 1 loss. So, GG. GG, chat. Hopefully you guys grabbed a couple points in there too. Did you guys grab any points there with me? Do me a favor, chat. Throw a W in chat if you grabbed a couple of those points with me on that long. Did anybody else get long with me? Let me know. Hopefully you guys paper-handed it with me. Okay, a couple W's in there. Very good job, chat. W. Congratulations. Very good job. So, we do have another about 10 minutes on here. So if you have any questions or information, feel free to throw it in chat. If you're enjoying any of the giveaways, if you're enjoying any of the trades that you watch here on stream, if you're enjoying any of the hosts, any of the special guests that we have, do us a favor, hit the sub button, turn the notifications on. We're going to keep working and learning every single week. Now, moving forward. I'm still looking at the same information. I understand that I paper-handed it, and I'm more than okay with that. I do still look for a move into the middle of the range. It just hasn't changed the trend yet, right? If this was the reversal in here, we haven't broke structure after creating the reversal. All of this is an uptrend is what I'm saying. So it does look like we can still keep reaching for there. We'll see. We'll see. But moving forward, I do still look at higher prices here. I would love for this to happen. Nice. Okay, we're back inside of the daily FEG chat. This is the type of daily candle closure I was hoping for. I would love to see the daily candle close back up inside this daily fair value gap, showing a bullish wick here. Then maybe the trend is still our friend. I would love to see this area try to act as support. Sincerely, the bulls. So, we'll see if the day can finish back inside the range. That coconut water is absolutely hitting the spot. You guys got to get yourself some water in. Like I said, the real holy grail. Any other questions, any other information, let me know. We got another 8 minutes on here, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Definitely make sure to check out SK's session during Asia. We'll have that later tonight. Still trying to push higher. We'll see. Ash, boy or girl? It is a boy. Actually, we just painted the nursery this past weekend. So I'm actually very excited. We're getting all the stuff together. We are sprinting through the finish line. What's the harsh truth about trading that beginners usually ignore? Realistic results. You go online and you see green, 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 green everywhere. Somehow, everybody is so darn green all the time. And it really provides some unrealistic expectations. In my opinion, beginners get a little gaslighted by social media, and they don't understand how much time and effort they're actually going to have to put into learning the skill. Because they're developing these unrealistic expectations, which unfortunately aligns with their game plan, right? Because normally a beginner's game plan is, I want to get in here and get rich quick. And that's the worst part about it. That's the worst part about it. They see the unrealistic expectations, then they think they can come in here and hit a home run, and they get smacked around by the market. They get smacked around by the market, they blow accounts, and then they think this is a horrible business, they quit, and they never come back. Instead of dealing with some delayed gratification and choosing your education first, instead of thinking you could come in here and win the lottery. So, overall, the answer to that question would be the unrealistic expectations. It will take time. It will take effort. Still trying to creep higher towards 50% of the range. How do you know when the market is trapping retail traders? What's more dangerous in trading, overconfidence or fear? Have you ever blown an account? What did that teach you? So, yes, I've blown many accounts that I would need to go back to count the amount of accounts that I've failed. I'm a trial by fire type of learner. I need to go through it and experience it myself to actually learn it. I've blown evals. I've blown cash accounts. The whole nine. The best experience is doing it. Going through the actual thing that you need to do to get to where you want to be. How do we know that the market is trapping retail traders? We don't know. We do not know. There is no form of certainty in this market. So you don't know if the market is trapping traders or not. You are simply betting on a probability. It's like flipping a coin. You don't know that it's going to land on heads. You have no clue what it's going to land on. But there's a probability, there's a 50-50 chance because it's either heads or tails. So you're taking a chance on a probability. Okay? And there's the real paper hands chat. We're getting the move back to 50% in the range. Congratulations. Now you're close enough to 50% of the range to start taking profit. So if anybody's still in that long, if anybody's still in this long here, please start taking some profits. We were able to capture how many points of this? I didn't, but you might be able to, right? I have the paper hand, so. But still, 76 points during the PM session. Chat, if you're still in that long, 1, throw a W in chat. 2, take your profits. For real. I'm not joking. 76 points in the afternoon. That's incredible. Especially after a 600-point dump. How much did you all grab from that? Who out-traded me? Show me some larger numbers than mine, because I know you guys all out-traded me there. Another W day, chat. 500 here. Let's go, John. 1.2K for frequency. Holy cow. Scout trade 600. W. Rod with a W. NMXS with 1900. Wow, almost 2K. Holy cow. You guys absolutely out-traded me. Congratulations. When do we get you guys up here on stream? I think you guys need to host this live stream. Come take the seat. 3.1K for Marley. No way. No way. Oh, Marley's dad. Sorry, Dad. $600 and still holding. W. Huge W. I love it when you paper hand. Can you paper hand more often? Yeah. Yes, chat. I will be here paper handing during the 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. session. If you guys want to paper hand with me, you know where to find me. We'll be doing this right here on MFTV with the sweaty palms. Okay, paper hand today, paper hand tomorrow. We will paper hand again throughout the week. 5K on the day for Mickey. What is going on? Chat, you guys are absolutely amazing. Congratulations. Paper hand is just a joke that you closed your position too early because you were too weak to hold on to it. I'm just having fun with you all. Just for anybody that doesn't understand what paper hands means. Just messing around. Just having some fun. But, chat, that is it for me today. We closed it up on another W. Second W of the week for our PM session. Congratulations for everybody that caught the longs with me. Please close it up and be done for the day. Just like this live stream. We're going to go ahead and close up the live stream now. So, thank you for your time today. I really appreciate all of the questions, all the information. Today was an absolutely valuable segment. So thank you to all the individuals that keep showing up every single day. It really is a pleasure working with other like-minded professionals. But thank you for your time today. We're going to go ahead and close up the stream. Make sure to check out SK's session later on during the day. Other than that, we'll be right back here tomorrow morning as well. I love you all, chat. Let's get ready for another good session during Asia and then tomorrow morning. We will see you later. Have a good day, chat.